Alright, let's get the show started. Love sure is a parasite, huh? Seed Sowing Circle by Ivy May. Coquette Dragoon is for adult audiences only. Reader discretion is advised. It contains strong themes, graphic violence, drug use, self-harm, nudity, and more. Chapter 2! Love is a parasite. Coquette Dragoon. Chapter 2. Artificial Soul Genealogy. The Duchy of Lucia. Lady Honey Rose leant forward over the mansion balcony, the sound of champagne corks and laughter spilling out from the suffocating dining hall behind her. It was a typically extravagant affair, attended by all manner of the duchy's nobility and ranking officers. With no taste for these things, with no taste for those kinds of gatherings, she had never bothered to learn what family's house this was, nor the occasion. It all just blended together anyway. Honey's ears twitched as she felt a gaze run across her back, an unfamiliar pair of footsteps creeping up behind her. A woman draped herself across the railing beside her, a glass flute of colorful liquor swaying in her hand. I've been watching you for a short time now. You haven't spoken to a single person since you arrived. Honey glanced over at her, offering no reply. You're as quiet as they say. My apologies. It's expected of someone like you. Actually, this may be a little better for you that way. Not that I really want to talk about you. Rather, it's your relationship with a certain princess. Honey remained expressionless as the woman eyed her pitifully. It's a little strange, don't you think? A woman like you, with no social standing to speak of and nothing to her name, suddenly finding herself a seat beside the future queen. Well, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you the rumors going around. She eyed Honey, probing for a reaction. The woman scoffed, quietly, taken aback by Honey's steadfast silence. Our princess is rather unlike her mother, but everyone knows they share the same sense of compassion. It's a compelling little story of yours, isn't it? Her voice lowered. I can see why you would fall prey to something like that. The woman's expression turned harsh as she leant towards Honey. Don't you feel any shame? Taking advantage of her grace's charity? Don't you feel any shame taking advantage of your grace's charity? Before Honey could give any response. Honey, there you are! I found you some cake you would absolutely love. You have to try it. A red-eyed girl chimed, clutching Honey's arm. Honey glanced down at her, unsure how to respond in this noble woman's presence. The red-eyed girl winced in embarrassment upon noticing the woman beside her. I'm so sorry if I'm intruding. I didn't notice you were having a conversation. The noblewoman gave a kind smile. Just making small talk, nothing important. She gave an amused glance back at Honey as she walked off. Something that felt like, oh, so you do have friends. Shall we head inside? Mm-hmm. I'm so glad you came. I'm sorry I was a little late. The pointy-eared girl beamed up at Honey, leading her by the arm. This cheerful wolf, Lady Bellchime Catablagzer, was the sole reason Honey had dragged herself to this tiresome gathering. She was a peculiar noblewoman, the same age as Honey, and of similarly poor social stature. They had only met recently, with Belle deciding almost immediately she was Honey's best friend and clinging to her side whenever they met. I found this cute little cake section over here. It smells really nice. Belle smiled up at her. Take a seat and I'll be right there. Honey nodded. Honey sat herself down and watched as Belle excitedly picked out desserts, her tail swaying behind her. Belle's appearance always stuck out a little, her disproportionately long ears and tail overtaking her diminutive frame, her wide eyes a distinctive, vibrant ruby. Here at an event attended in suits, gowns, and dress uniforms, Belle was draped in an oversized outdoor cloak clutching a tiny toy rabbit. Looking at her, Honey felt a little concerned at the kind of attention she might receive. Though, eccentrics were fairly common in the ranks of nobility. All things considered, I'm probably an eccentric too. I'm back! You've gotta try these! Say ah! Belle cooed, slowly pushing a small cake to Honey's mouth. Honey let out a little sigh and complied, opening her mouth. This girl, really. Honey closed her eyes as she ate, hiding from Belle's gleeful smile. It was truly delicious. Belle balled her hands to her chest, bouncing side to side. Is it good? Is it good? Do you like it? Honey nodded a little, embarrassed at her reaction. Belle was always pleased to exploit her weakness to sweet things. Belle smiled warmly. I'm glad. I was a little worried about you. Honey awkwardly swallowed it as she stared, confused at Belle's expression. Belle gestured to her long, fluffy ears. I heard how that woman was speaking to you. I don't know what it was about, but she wasn't being very nice to you, was she? So, I just wanted to make sure you're okay. Are you okay? Are you okay? And he blinked, gazing into Belle's eyes for a moment before turning away. It sounded like a question you asked to a child, but it wasn't insincere. What am I meant to say to that? Taking her silence as an answer, Belle set aside her plate, gently wrapping her hands around Honey's arm and resting her head on her shoulder. Honey hesitated a little, before leaning against Belle in turn. She knew it looked odd, being fed cakes and fawned over by this strange girl, but nothing in her wanted to push Belle away. Would it be cruel to dismiss her feelings as an overreaction? There's nothing to worry about. I'm okay, I promise. You sure? Honey gave her a nod. Belle gave her a smile, seeming content in a job well done of comforting her. Ah! I still have more cakes I want you to try. Belle sung, her mood changing in an instant. You have such a mature image, but you really do love cute things, huh? Don't tease me. I'm not! I just think it's sweet. Honey sat placidly as Belle continued testing desserts on her, watching her face closely with delight. Do you like this one? More or less than the last one. Maybe a little more. I see. Belle rubbed her chin thoughtfully. I want to know what your favorite is, so I can always bring you some. That's very thoughtful. I think I'm full now, though. The growing pains of the scientific process. Honey sighed, handing Belle back her plate. I love watching you eat. Yes, I can tell that. You make such a cute little face. Belle warbled, raising her hands to her cheeks in adoration. If you say so. Honey sighed, averting her gaze. Do you want a drink? I can go fetch you one. Honey meant to shake her head in response, but glancing back, Belle was looking at her with such an expectant smile, tail wagging eagerly behind her. If you're offering. Belle leapt to her feet, spinning on one foot to face Honey. I'll try and think of what you like. Honey's favorite cake, chocolate mousse and vanilla swirl with strawberries. Belle hopped out of the doorway, stretching her arms towards the sky. It's not too cold? Honey followed Belle outside the manor. It's a little chilly, but it's no problem. Alright. I want to poke around the gardens. Doesn't it smell lovely out here? Honey watched over Belle as she crouched before a flower bed, her tail swishing back and forth as she pressed her nose to a flower. While Honey didn't find these manners particularly interesting, Belle always enjoyed wandering around. Belle was innocent and curious, forever smiling with a carefree air. The Cablagzers were a powerful, secretive family, controlling a great deal of the duchy's military industry. Many of the weapons Honey was familiar with were assembled in their factories. From the family's name, Honey's initial image of her was the typical spoiled young heiress that filled the ranks of high nobility. But even as someone as disinterested in the gossip of the noble classes as Honey, the reality of Belle's circumstances was readily apparent. For Belle's sake, Honey didn't want to speculate or pry, but it was impossible to avoid. Those long pointed ears, that fluffy tail that she was always wagging behind her. How did she feel about them? Her mother was a horse. Her father was a deer, and yet, their child was a wolf. It wasn't hard to figure out, even at a glance. In a land of piety, fealty in the family name, a bastard was just about the most shameful thing you could be. To make matters worse, Belle's mother died giving birth to her, and the identity of her lover was unknown to anyone but her. And so, Belle was left alone in a house she held no blood relation to, and who, by the customs of nobility, were under no obligations towards her. And that's all Honey knew. Honey crouched beside Belle, cautious to avoid stepping on the cloak spilling out into the grass behind her, around her. Belle always wore the same style of clothing, oversized black garments that obscured her entire body. Are they nice? Honey asked, looking at the flower bed. Mm-hmm. Belle leant forward, her hand delicately reaching out from the bundle of cloth to pluck a flower. She held it below her chin for a moment, and then turned to Honey. Their eyes locked for a few breaths before Belle gave a smile of recognition and leaned forward to place the bell in Honey's hair. Belle was always so close to her, giving her those small glances, asking for her approval. So cute, Belle cooed, admiring the decoration. Honey watched her sincere smile, wondering how her own face read in turn. She couldn't smile back. She wanted to thank her for this and for earlier, but the words wouldn't come. You're as quiet as they say. It was true. Everyone knew it about her. Her thoughts could never work their way out of her mouth, and when she could speak, it was with little emotion. Unless it was about work. Everything she wished to say got caught in her throat. Whether or not she felt she really needed it, Belle showed her kindness. Who else ever treated her like that? What could she offer in return for Belle's sincerity? Rising to her feet, there was one small thing she could think of. Oh, that's strange. A mischievous smile curled around Belle's lips. What is... You don't normally offer me your hand. Honey sighed, lifting Belle to her feet. Well, you usually take it anyway, so... Belle giggled, squeezing Honey's hand. So you do like to hold hands then? I mean, it's nice. Honey stuttered and trailed off. I'm glad you think it's nice. Belle cooed, smiling as she pressed her toy rabbit to her chest. Honey sighed, letting Belle lead her forward. Honey kept her hand clasped together with Belle's as they wandered the path through the gardens, the wolf-eared girl leading her to anything and everything that interested her. Somehow, it felt a little different taking the initiative for once. Belle's hand was so small and bony that it wasn't hard for Honey to wrap her whole hand around it. Her skin was always cold, and she always hunched up a little when they were outdoors, even with all those layers. Honey squeezed her hand a little tighter, hoping to provide some warmth. She could feel scratches and marks on the tips of Belle's fingers. It seemed she had a hobby of sewing, and was quite clumsy really. Being able to understand someone a little better just through touch. Had she ever felt such a thing before? She wondered what Belle could read in turn, whether she could feel the markings of handling knives and rifles, or that she cut her nails so short to avoid the disgust of cleaning blood out from under them. Wandering the garden together, it was all Honey could really do to simply follow behind Belle, nodding along to her idle thoughts voiced aloud. Those are pretty! Isn't it cute? I love how these smell. Belle would turn back to her, looking up at Honey's face with a smile. Honey was never able to really start a conversation with her. Or anyone. But it was simply Honey's attention that was enough for Belle. She wasn't expecting Honey to try and force herself to speak, nor did she take her silence as disinterest. In all honesty, Belle wasn't the type Honey ever really saw herself getting along with, and her enthusiasm did throw her off balance a little, but being around her was peaceful in its own way. Belle liked to talk, and Honey liked to listen. She clung to Honey's side, leading her by the arm on these little explorations. When they sat down together, Belle would lean against her and play with Honey's fingers. Belle shrunk around others. Honey could feel her grip tighten around her arm when a stranger got close to them. What was it about being at Honey's side that made her feel so calm? She couldn't see what Belle saw in her, but she could protect that uneasy heart, even a little. At the sight of a hedge carved into the shape of a swan, Belle slipped out her grasp as she excitedly darted towards it. Honey slowed to a stop, looking over the garden. Flowers grew in scarlet tones and filled the air with a lavish scent. The shimmering water features reflecting the orange sky her people felt so proud of. No matter where she looked, she found beauty. Anyone would call it that. Beyond the blooming flowers of the gardens was the splendor of the gentle rolling hills, forests and fields of grass. In a world floating in space, such a sight was hard to believe. Beyond the blooming flowers of the gardens was the splendor of the gentle rolling hills, forests and fields of grass. In a world floating in space, such a sight was hard to believe. It was a miracle. Anyone would call it that. The ground beneath her feet felt like mud. The open sky felt like it would tear apart and swallow her. She took a breath and loosened her clenched fists, watching Belle skip happily to the next bed of flowers. Seeing Belle framed against her surroundings, pain ran through Honey's chest. If the world could only be smaller. Oh, I don't think I've seen these before. Belle crouched before a bush of flowers. Oh, do you know what they are? I wouldn't know. Botany was not one of her skills. Oh well, they're pretty though. Belle bounced to her feet. Honey nodded, taking Belle's hand. I'm always making you follow me around. Sorry. I don't mind. I like walking. Are you feeling better? Honey hesitated to answer. She didn't want to think she was bothered by that woman from before. Belle laughed a little, smiling up at her. I can tell you've cheered up a little. Huh? You're timid when you're relaxed, but speak quickly when you're tense. It's very cute. Honey gazed down at her feet. Wow. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, but you do wag your tail sometimes when you're in a good mood. Honey grabbed her tail with her free hand to check as Basil laughed. You really are adorable sometimes. Honey exhaled and looked away, Belle tormenting her with a playful smile. I appreciate the compliment. Hey, so, I'm sorry I couldn't really do anything. I couldn't really do anything before. Out on the balcony, I mean. All I could do was interrupt and play dumb. Honey shook her head. I wouldn't ask you to put yourself out. She paused and bit her lip. But I appreciate you looking out for me. You really didn't have to. I don't like seeing people be mean to you. I want to say something back to her, but I got scared of what she'd say back. I cry pretty easily when people were mean to me. Belle smiled, amused at herself. I wouldn't let her. Honey shied back reflectively. Scary. Sorry. I really do mean that though. I know. Belle smiled and gripped Honey's hand tighter, murmuring after a moment of quiet. I miss you, you know. Honey rubbed the back of Belle's hand, unsure what to say. Is it okay to ask for a hug? Belle circled around to face Honey. I didn't get to give you a proper greeting before. Honey gave a nod, gingerly holding out her arms. Belle leapt at her with full force, giggling as she buried herself in Honey's chest. It really is nice to see you, Honey. Belle hummed, her arms wrapped tightly around her sides. It's nice to see you too, Belle. Honey murmured, raising her arms to Belle's back. You're always so nice and warm. Honey's face stung with a flush of embarrassment, squeezing Belle tighter in response. I missed you too. Oh. Honey timidly raised her hand to Belle's head, and Belle eagerly leaned into her open palm. Honey slowly stroked the back of Belle's head, receiving a small giggle of affirmation. She could feel Belle's body being pulled side to side by the wagging of her oversized tail. Belle still on her toes, nuzzling under Honey's chin, gleefully as Honey scratched behind her ears. You're so kind. No one else ever hugged Honey like this, or was so joyful to be in her company. She still wasn't quite used to it, but never felt like there was harm in playing along with her. I'm charged full of honey energy again. Belle sighed happily as she finally let go. What does that mean? Belle just clutched her toy rabbit to her chest in response. You're drooling a little. Belle giggled, leaning against her. Because I'm so happy and I'm a dog. Honey sighed, taking her handkerchief from her pocket. Come here, moment. Belle happily obliged, leaning against Honey and looking up at her face with a blissful smile. Honey carefully wiped Belle's mouth, her tail wagging behind her. Belle stuck out her face proudly, basking in the attention Honey was giving her. Honey sighed, patting down the stray hairs on Belle's head. She really was like an affectionate puppy. Sorry. I got a little carried away. Honey folded her handkerchief, putting it back in her pocket. It's really no problem. It was mostly used to wipe blood anyway. How have you been anyway? Lately? My duties have kept me busy. Honey remembered all the annoyances surrounding Baron Gray's disastrous military foray, his subsequent death, and the funeral that she had to attend. But I've got some free time for now. I've been fine, I suppose. It's nice to spend some time at home. I can't even imagine having the kinds of responsibilities you do. I really admire that, you know. It's nothing special, really. How have you been yourself? Belle held her toy rabbit above her head with both hands and gazed up at it. I've been a bit lonely, I suppose. She glanced at Honey and smiled. But that's okay now. Honey paused a moment, tugging at her sleeve. I don't always have free time, but I don't mind talking on the phone or anything like that if you're lonely. It's okay. Wait, it's okay to do that? Belle's voice filled with an anxious excitement. Of course. If you don't mind talking with me, I mean. I like talking with you, Belle interrupted, clasping Honey's hand. I really do. Honest. You're always lovely to talk to. It was normal to talk on the phone with friends. Why did it feel so strange to ask? Honey stared at her feet as they walked together. How have you been lately? What was the real answer to that? The repetition of firing her rifle into a target, adjusting the sights, and firing again until it was perfect. Scraping out the residue from the barrel, her clothes smelling of gunpowder. Trying on shoes just so that no one could say she couldn't afford them. Bandaging the scrapes on her ankles. The endless hours of transcription of charms and sigils. Compensation for her lacking magical ability. The prayer of her body to be cleansed of poison, and of her heart to remain unfettered. None of these things she was to discuss with Belle. As she wound back the clock further and further, there was never anything else. Soaring through space on golden wings, sensory information penetrating her body like needles. The relentless observation of worthless death on a worthless battlefield. How long had it been like this? How would this become an everyday life for her? She was never meant to be nobility, never meant to be a soldier, and never meant to be close to royalty. A uniform of black and gold, and the envy that came with it. Designer fashion, designer shoes, designer warships, and designer dragoons. Practicing her aim, practicing her etiquette, again and again, all blurring together. What is any of it for? Aside from the princess and her family, no one had ever gotten close to her. She studied others through the lens of a scope, never allowing them a place in her heart. Until this strange red-eyed girl appeared at her side. Right from the start, Belle was different. She wasn't interested in any of the things Honey felt were so inhuman. It was all so calm and mundane. Spending time with her felt like she was living a different life altogether. Holding her hand, hugging her, conversations of compliments and teasing remarks. That kind of playful friendship was something she'd given up on ever experiencing. I'd like to talk with you more. Honey rubbed her thumb against the back of Basil's hand. Belle nodded enthusiastically. Of course! I'd really love that! They both stopped at the end of the flower garden, a dirt path winding into the thicket of trees before them. Oh, a secret path! Belle narrated cartoonishly. Or just a regular walking path. Do you want to follow it? I assumed we would. Lilac Feet Special Division, Dragoon Command Cafeteria. Zhao lay slumped against the table, a plate of untouched pizza slices sitting in front of her. A table, chairs, a whole room just for eating in. It was such a simple thing for anybody, she supposed, but it was still hard to wrap her head around. All eating amounts to in 0G is just stuffing nutrition into your body. There's nothing very social or fun about it. You took your rations and ate them on the spot, and then you got back to work or whatever else you were doing. If anything, having to eat was just a pain. Even a small amount of crumbs would get into your hair or under your clothes. As excited as she was to get here to eat real food, right now she couldn't bring herself to touch any of it. Giving up on the cutlery already? Ayane landed on the chair beside her. Maybe. Zhao gave a small laugh. Looks like you've given up on food altogether. Ayane leant forward. What's up? Zhao looked up at her, ready to deflect her question, but it was obvious Ayane wasn't going to ignore it. She couldn't tell if Ayane was particularly perceptive or just overly forward. I have a test flight tomorrow morning. Ah, yeah. Without so much as glancing around, Ayane slid a flask out from inside of her shirt and began pouring it into Zhao's paper cup. Hey! For your nerves. I'm not really a drinker. Zhao sighed, raising the cup anyway. You should eat. I know. Whatever liquor Ayane had given her didn't go very well with lemon soda. You'll be awake with a sore stomach if you don't. Yeah. I'll get a sore stomach drinking this anyway. Zhao exhaled, taking a slice from her plate. Ayane gave her a grin of approval. Zhao returned a small smile, taking a bite. It didn't really taste like anything, and getting it down her throat didn't feel like accepting food so much as swallowing paper. But at least she was doing it. Do you want to go for a smoke after? Yeah, that sounds good. Also, hey, now you're eating spaghetti, Zhao noted, looking at Ayane's plate. Ayane jabbed her fork into a meatball. You put the worm in my brain for it. I'll be having pizza nuts, I guess. The Duchy of Lucia. Hardcore Duchy hours. Hey, honey. Wait up a second. Belle? That feels nice. Belle's breath quietly labored against Honey's chest. Are you sure? Honey fretted, her touch as light as possible against Belle's back. They'd only walked what felt like a short distance together, and then Belle had collapsed. Despite her energetic personality, Belle was an incredibly frail girl. She tired easily and frequently fell into dizzy spells. It wasn't the first time Honey had seen her like this. It doesn't hurt? Don't worry. You're very gentle, Belle answered warmly. Honey tightened her arms around her just a little. Do you need anything? I'll be okay in a little while, I promise. I like when we sit like this. Me too. Belle smiled. You're being really nice to me tonight. Honey gave Belle a light squeeze, embarrassed. I want to be nice to you. My plan to win you over with cakes worked better than I thought it would. It was nice. Is it okay if we sit like this a bit longer? Of course. Take as long as you need. I'm glad. Belle pulled Honey's hands tighter around her. Is it okay if I ask you to hold me like this again sometime? When I'm not feeling sick? Of course you can. Can I sit in your lap too? You're really the best, Honey murmured, turning her head and nuzzling Honey gently. Honey shyly raised her hand up to the back of Belle's neck, strands of wispy hair falling between her fingers. Belle giggled. You're really spoiling me. Honey gently scratched behind Belle's ears, unable to reply. Belle rolled on her side, making herself comfortable against Honey's chest, her tail wagging gently against her cloak. I'm really glad you're here. You too? Belle smiled with an eye half open, turning her head to look up at the canopy of branches. The light through the trees is so nice, don't you think? I think it was worth the walk out here. It smells nice here too. Belle paused before giving a small laugh. I wanted to say that I like nature. I can't exactly call it that, can I? But still, I like these things. Belle closed her eyes, burying her face in Honey's chest. You smell really nice, too. I like things that smell nice. I think my favorite scent is vanilla. She murmured as if talking to herself. Like vanilla scented soap, you know? Honey rubbed the back of her head. Belle rolled onto her back and looked at Honey's face with a hand curled into a paw. Do you think I like smelling things since I'm a canine? Honey shrugged, gently pushing Belle's bangs out of her eyes. I wouldn't know. Honey sat by Belle's side, watching her sip a glass of juice through a straw. How are you feeling? I was healed by the power of love. Honey sighed, both exasperated and relieved. It doesn't hurt anywhere? Just a little. Belle gestured to her chest. It should be gone soon. Honey ran her hand across Belle's back. Does that help? Belle wiggled about happily. It was unclear if it was helping, or if Belle just enjoyed the attention. Let me know if it gets worse, okay? Belle leaned against her. You're cute when you fuss over me. I don't do it to be cute. You care a lot about me, don't you? Of course I do. You're my friend. I'm really glad to hear that. Before Honey could reply, a young soldier approached the pair. Forgive me for intruding, my lady. The man stuttered, his nervous The man stuttered, his nervous eyes fixated on Honey. He was wearing the dress uniform of a low-ranking officer, a unisex sailor's cap adorning his light gold hair. Oh, it's not bother at all, Belle chirped politely in a proper noblewoman's voice. Honey declined to reply and stared at him blankly. My lady? He inquired towards Honey. Sir. You are speaking to me as an officer of the Royal Navy. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. The man bowed his head. I would like to discuss something with you in private, sir. I apologize, but my friend isn't feeling well, so I'd rather not be separated right now. Honey responded mechanically, resting her hand on Belle's shoulder. Forgive me, sir, but it's rather important. It was obvious which family he belonged to and what he wished to talk about. Unlike most of his family, however, he wore the uniform of the Royal Navy, not a private force. Honey sighed before rising to her feet. We'll speak, but I won't leave her side, do you understand? Honey stood with her back against the stairwell railing, eyeing the man before her with cold indifference. Belle sat at a distance atop the stairs, away from the pair. From the moment he opened his mouth, his weakness was overwhelmingly apparent. It was a typical case. The uniform he wore told her enough. He had been tossed aside by his family and sent off to the battlefield to either die or grow up. It's about Baron Grey. You were there when it happened, right? I remember Princess Emile's drunken outburst to her after the funeral. A truly remarkable military failure. What do you think would happen? Of course we can walk right in. We're practically spitting distance from one another. But it was as simple as that. If it was as simple as that, we would have won this pointless war a century ago. Just how stupid does he think our enemy is? Does he think that this war is just some big fucking sport? Truly, what a wonderful example of a rotten, unearned pride of a diseased noble class. Imagine sinking a battleship is as simple as a hunting game. The sooner men like him all get themselves killed, the better. If Emile wanted him dead, then as far as Honey was concerned, he should be dead. Yes, I was there. I'd like to know how he died. Surely you already know. I want to hear it from you. You saw it happen, right? He challenged a lilac pilot to single combat and died upon their lance. But his objective was to lead an attack on the ships on the edge of the fleet. Why did he distract himself with that? I wouldn't know. What? What I want to know is, was he asked to go into combat? If you're going to ask questions, I would like you to speak plainly. My apologies. Did her Grace ask the Baron to take to the field? Honey narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting it's her fault that he lost? No, forgive me. Not at all. I just want to understand the situation. I'm his nephew, you see. I'm sorry for your loss, truly. Honey intoned without emotion. But I have nothing special to share with you. It was simply a defeat. I see. May I ask about the pilot? I can't say I know their identity. All I can tell you is that the Dragoon is named Honeybee. It's quite distinctive. bright yellow and pink. I tried to destroy it when I had the chance, but it seemed like it dodged my shot. If it really did. I see. Thank you, sir. I'll look into it. Honey gave him a silent nod. The man examined her expression with apprehension, realizing that he wasn't going to get much else from her. I should be going. Sorry for taking up your time. Honey sat beside Bill with a tired sigh, chin in hands. I heard a little. I probably shouldn't have. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Sorry if that was a little awkward. You really didn't want to leave me alone, huh? Of course not. My knight in shining armor. Honey gave a small scoff. Is everything okay? I don't quite understand what you were talking about, but... It's nothing, really. Nothing? Huh. Bill mulled over the words. I think I'm getting to understand you a little bit better. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Bill sprang to her feet with a giggle. Let's look around some more. Are you sure you're okay? Are you sure you're okay to be running around? Honey asked, watching Bill strut beside her, balancing on a garden wall. You're the type who likes to worry, aren't you? Bill chirped, swinging back and forth. Nobody likes to worry. Maybe it's better, like, but... maybe it's not like, but... You're never shy when it comes to concern. Bill twirled her cloak, flowing. You could say it's the shape of your love. Anyway, it's the nature of a wild beast to recklessly do all it can before it collapses. I can't help myself. And you're a wild beast? Honey looked up at her. I'm a carnivore, aren't I? Belle boasted, baring her fangs. I suppose. Aren't wolves omnivores? Bill laughed and hopped down from the wall, taking Honey's hand. Besides, you don't scold me for it, do you? Honey shook her head. I wouldn't do that to you. You really like me, huh? Tonight was the first time you've called me your friend. I mean, I've thought that about you for a while now. You're a good friend. Bill pressed against her side. Praise me more! I'm not sure what to say. Would it be too self-indulgent if I asked what you liked about me? Honey scratched her cheek. Well, I suppose it's that I've never held someone's hand like that before. I mean... Honey trailed off, completely lost. Bill smiled at her, eager for her to continue. Honey closed her eyes in concentration. You treat me in a very sincere way. And you're always very patient and considerate. I'm not good with those kinds of things. But I can hold your hand and talk to you like this, so... Those things mean a lot to me. Honey burned with embarrassment as she rubbed the back of her neck. I could have just said you're very kind and left it at that. Bill clutched Honey's arm. That makes me really happy. Honey sighed and hung her head, too flustered to look up at her. You're so cute, I can't stand it. Belle murmured breathily, nuzzling against her. I have to feed you more cake. You're drooling again. Like I said, I'm a dog. I feel like a dog and let my hell like a dog. That's how you know I'm happy. Dogs will sometimes wet themselves if they get too excited. I'm in danger. Please don't do that. Come here. Honey drew her handkerchief out. Belle presented her face. Honey wiped her mouth, Belle beaming with delight once more at the attention. I like you so much, I couldn't even begin to start, Belle sang, looking up at her with a sickly sweet smile. Don't start drooling again already. This much excitement just from saying I like her. I really do like to spoil her. If I told her I like the sight of her, she would get even more carried away. Honey wiped the drool from her hand as Belle giggled with faux embarrassment. Honey sighed to herself. Belle's influence was already corrupting her if she was okay with being drooled on. If anything, she admired how strongly Belle emoted. Everything she felt showed on her face by the shape of her ears and the wag of her tail. Or the drooling of her mouth. I need to stop thinking about her drool. I can't deny it's a little fun to see her reactions to things, though. Honey sat beside Belle under a gazebo nestled in the garden, eyes wandering to the sky as Belle happily swayed beside her. You're the first person to hold my hand too, actually. I'll admit it since you said it first. I don't think that's shameful or anything. You don't ever think it's weird that I'm always so close to you? Honey shook her head. Not at all. And it makes you happy, so... Belle nuzzled against her shoulder. It does make me happy! Well, I'm glad. You're always looking after me. You're a really nice person, you know? Belle murmured, resting her head on Honey's shoulder. I don't really think I am. I don't think you even realize how nice you are to me. That's how nice you are. If you say so. Belle smiled, squeezing Honey's arm and gazing up at her. The flower I gave you is gone. Oh. It must have fallen out, sorry. It's fine. I'll try and find another one that suits you. You have such pretty hair. I've been wanting to tell you that. Thank you. Yours is lovely too. It's very soft. Aww. Belle nuzzled against Honey's shoulder. I want to try patting your head too. You're always petting mine. It's only fair, right? Honey gave a conceding sigh, tilting her head down. I can't argue with that. The fur on your ears. The fur on your ears feels really nice. They're all floppy. It tickles a little. You just wanted to touch them, didn't you? I always wanted to see how they felt. It's different from ears like mine. The skin's thicker too. Belle pressed Honey's ear between her fingers. I want to chew on them. Please don't. Belle ran her thumb up and down Honey's ear. This is weird, but it's nice. Can I touch your horns? Honey nodded. Do they tickle? Belle asked, running her finger across one of Honey's horns. Not really. They don't have very strong feeling. I've heard horns are good luck. Rubbing them is good luck, right? So I've heard. Rub, rub, rub. Rub, rub, rub. Rub, 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 rub. I want to chew on these too. Please don't. It's interesting though, isn't it? We all have different ears and tails and such. I mean, I don't have horns, but I never got the chance to touch one. I'd never known how they felt. I still don't know what it feels like to have them or how you feel. A lot of things are like that, aren't they? Honey glanced over to Belle, met only with her usual wide smile. Can I touch your tail? Honey shifted to the side, pulling her tail up for Belle to examine. Don't bite it. Belle ran her hands across it, feeling at the short fur before the tip. It's really different from mine. It seems a lot easier to care for. Honey nodded. I shampoo it still. Mine takes forever to dry. I can imagine. Honey thought about Belle's long, fluffy tail. She wanted to ask if she could brush it sometime. She'd probably start blushing and drooling again if I said that aloud. Belle lifted Honey's tail to her chin. I really want to chew on it. You can't eat my tail. Just a nibble. Nope. Yeah. I'm just following my canine instincts. I want to chew on your hands too. Hearing that, I'm reminded of a certain fairy tale after all those cakes. I don't need to feed you cake for you to be sweet and delicious, honey. Honey couldn't help but let out a scoff. What I meant to say... What? What am I meant to say to that? Belle giggled, pressing against Honey's side. Honey lay her hand in Belle's lap, watching as she played with her fingers. There was something particular about the way Belle touched things. Whether it was honey or a flower or anything else, she always fixated on holding things, examining them, seeing how they moved. Like there was a curiosity to the world and the things in it that only she was seeing. Being touched that way. It was hard to articulate it, but it was nice. Or maybe Honey just liked indulging her. A full course honey buffet. A full course honey buffet! I'm really gonna be eating then. I was meant to be petting your head, wasn't I? I'm glad you're having fun. Your hair really is beautiful though. Thank you. Yours too. I haven't had hair that long in quite a while. You could do a lot of cute things with it. Put it in a bun or a braid. Or pigtails. Belle smiled, picturing it in her mind. Maybe not pigtails. But a braid sounds nice. I like the way you wear yours. I like playing with my hair. Did your mother ever do your hair for you when you were... Did your mother ever do your hair for you when you were young? Honey opened her mouth to speak, then bit her lip. Her mother? Honey was unsure of what to say. Seeing her expression, Belle recoiled slowly, confused and anxious, but understanding enough. Sorry, I didn't... Honey shook her head, trying to regain her composure. No, it's just... the warmth of being held, the smell of her perfume, the feeling of her fingers running through her hair. All those sensations, flickering for just an instant. When was the last time she thought of any of it? Honey looked over to Belle. Her expression was panicked. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have. It's okay. You don't need to apologize, really. All those fond memories Honey had of her. It was only natural that Belle would want to feel them too. Belle looked at her feet, clenching her hands around her stuffed rabbit beneath the table. Honey reached her hand over, clasping the back of Belle's hand. I didn't mean to react that way, I just haven't thought about such things in a while. I lost my parents when I was very young. I don't often get to discuss it since, well, most people already know that about me. I'm sorry. Belle mumbled, eyes fixed downward. Honey shifted closer to her. My mother, she did do a lot of things like that, though. She really did like my hair and was always playing with it, I think. That's why I keep it so long. Oh, that's really sweet! Honey rubbed Belle's palm with her thumb. She was always fussing over me. She loved dressing me up and taking photos of me. At the time I didn't really get it, but she sounds like a really nice person. Yes, she is. She was always very kind to me. I'm really glad. She was really a really wonderful mother. I don't have any bad memories of her. Belle leant against Honey, wrapping around her arm. It was a difficult thing to talk about, but she wanted to answer Belle's curiosity. The complicated way Belle's hair was braided and tied with a ribbon was likely something she had to learn to do herself. You said I like sweet things. I think I got my taste for them from her. Honey pondered out loud. Breakfast was pancakes every morning, and she would let me have ice cream on weekends. That sounds lovely. I'd pester her at the counter for chocolates when we were shopping. You sound kinda spoiled. I was, really. Belle rested her head against Honey's shoulder. If it's okay for me to ask, could you tell me more about what you were like as a child? Of course. I wonder if you'd even recognize me. Honey gazed upwards for a moment, gathering her thoughts. I used to be so loud, and I was always trying to show off to my parents. I liked being praised. I remember in kindergarten, I'd brag when I knew something. I was good at painting, too. You probably would have thought I was pretty adorable. I still think that now! Back then, I was pretty much the model Dutchie girl. You didn't know I was once a commoner, did you? Oh! Oh. No, I had no idea. I was adopted by a knight and became a lady. The name Honey, then? Belle tilted her head. I chose it myself. When we had pancakes, I liked them with honey. Honey murmured softly, resting her cheeks in her hands. Don't get embarrassed! That's really wonderful. You're trying not to laugh. It's super adorable! You get cuter every second! Not even a mill knew that about her name. I wish I could have seen Tiny Honey. If I had photos, I'd show you, though. I had my growth spurt quite early, so I don't know if I was ever that tiny. I think I was already taller than you when I was a preteen. My oppression will never end. Ugh. There. Comfort me! Belle wagged her tail. Honey looked over at Belle, examining her expression. There was something about the way she was smiling. It felt like Belle was proud of her a little, or maybe just grateful to hear her speaking. Belle had never seen this side of Honey before. Had anyone? She'd never talked to anyone about her mother before. No one had ever asked. What were you like? If you want to talk about it. Well, it's not a very fun story. But you told me a bit about yourself, so... Belle held her stuffed animal to her chin. When I was young, well, when I was born, I was barely alive. It was a long time before I could even walk, speak, or any of that. I was bedridden pretty much all the time. You can probably guess I spent most of my time alone. That's all I really want to say about that. I mean, there's nothing really to say. I didn't get to do anything. It wasn't very fun. I can't really sugarcoat it. Honestly, for a long time, I thought it was all hopeless and I'd given up. I really didn't think I was gonna survive. I couldn't see a future for myself in any case. Even after that, I was still in and out of the hospital a lot. I had to be given a lot of surgeries. Belle raised her arm, her sleeve falling down a little. There's still marks from all the IV drips. She grimaced, quickly hiding it again. Sorry, I shouldn't show you something like that. Honey glanced to her side. No, it's okay. That must have been difficult. Belle rubbed her hands together, pressing her stuffed toy between her fingers. It was difficult, but after that, I'm able to do things like see the flowers outside or even be able to dance if I wanted to. And I got to meet someone who's always patient with me, always listens to me, always kind to me, who calls me her friend. I never could have imagined it. Sorry. I got a bit sappy. I don't think it's sappy at all. I'm really glad you're here now. Belle sighed, wrapping around Honey's arm. I'm glad too. That stuff aside, I don't know. It's a little hard to describe how I was as a kid. I fixated on comics, once I was able to read. I'm still not very good at it, so pictures help. I was really timid. It was hard to speak much. I really like cartoons. Again, I still do. My hands get sore quickly, so I don't play games very often, but I like watching people play them online. I like pretending to be an animal. You still do. When I was alone, I'd do things like crawl around with this rabbit in my mouth like I was hunting. She had to put up with a lot. Belle stroked her toy. I wonder if we would have gotten along. I think so. I liked reading comics too. We could have played around drawing them together. Belle sighed with a smile, cuddling up against Honey. Hearing all of that, Honey's eyes stung. Whenever Belle looked anxious, Honey felt anxious. When she felt pain, Honey was scared. Listening to her describe that miserable childhood, what could she do? Why did she think there was anything she could do? She cursed her own immaturity. No matter how much she wanted it, she couldn't undo that pain. There was an image in her mind of her younger self keeping Belle company in a hospital room. But that couldn't have happened, even if she did know her. At the time, in her own life, there was nothing she could be doing for anyone else. I'm sorry that things were so hard. I had no idea. I should be the one saying that to you! Belle shook Honey's arm. Me? I mean... Don't say it's nothing or something like that. Honey rubbed her neck, glancing away from her. It makes me want to go and get more cake to feed you. And pat your head. And hug you lots and lots. Which of course I was already intending to do forever. But well, what can I say? You're important to me. Thank you. You looked a bit surprised when I said I didn't know those things about you. I can only imagine what it was like for you. As you can guess, out of the loop doesn't even begin to describe it for me. But you know, you never make me feel like I'm an idiot for that. Belle smiled, squeezing her toy rabbit. Of course, I'd never want you to feel that way. Honey responded, watching her fidget with her doll. Yeah, there's still plenty of things that are new to me. Hey, I wanted to know more about you. Belle held her stuffed toy up to Honey, speaking behind it. What are your days like? I can't talk in detail about my work, but my days off are nice, I suppose. What are they like? It varies a lot, depending on where I am. I'm out the house a lot, and I usually spend my free time with the princess. We travel a lot together. Is it nice? I like her company, of course, but still mostly talking about work. It's nice to be at the residential palace. There's no connection in or out, so we mostly just watch movies. I see. When I'm home, I suppose I just wake up, have breakfast. Pancakes and coffee usually. You still like pancakes? Yes, I do. I practice shooting for most of my morning. I do my shopping and have lunch at a cafe. I clean the house and do some chores, and in my evenings I read or paint. I usually take a long bath after. What kind of things do you paint? Usually things like flowers from my garden. Nothing special. I feel like I just like it as a process for relaxing. And I like painting a meal. Do you practice shooting every day? Yes, every day I can. It's an obligation as a guard, I suppose. You use the same skills to shoot with a Dragoon too. You're really good at it, right? By official records, I'm one of the best in Duchy's history. By some counts, the best. Belle looks somewhat stunned. I don't mean to brag. I take no pride in it. I see. So, you don't like fighting? Not at all, no. Is it scary? I'm used to it. Sniping means fighting from afar. It's an unfair advantage. As a rule, I don't fight unless I'm sure I'll win, and I retreat the moment I'm spotted. But well, my targets die without ever knowing, so there's always the chance of the same happening to me. I'm always cautious of that. Belle didn't reply, gazing into empty space. That answer upset her, but Honey couldn't bear to talk around the issue. The knight who adopted her was a soldier, just like her. A kind, honest man. He never once assured her he would come back. Sorry. Belle shook her head. It's okay. I'm the one who asked. Do you want me to get us something to drink? Honey offered, hoping to change the subject. Yes please. Something sweet please. No alcohol. Sorry, I lagged behind on chat. I thought there was gonna be a break in things, sooner. Although, I guess this isn't technically a break in things as far as I would normally do. But I saw chat moving a little bit and I wanted to catch up on it. I thought there would be a scene change soon, but I do really like the pacing. The pacing knows to take its time. It's not rushing at all. I appreciate that. Specchio, you asked, are the furry races divided by what side of the conflict, or do both races have different species? I actually don't know that yet. I don't really think we've seen anyone of the same species that wasn't in a family. Other than Belle. So far I have no idea. It doesn't seem to be divided by like carnivores, omnivores, and herbivores though, at the very least. You know, for a game worried about giving the wrong idea about its tone because of how cute its aesthetic is, it is pretty cute. Well, I mean, you could say the same of Doki Doki Literature Club, I guess. It is horror adorable. Greedra. That's a cool name. I like your emoji. I hope you're doing well today. Smells like fluff biting here. Ah, yes. The sweet smell of piss. Gosh, my professor is responding to my emails in under a minute. Getting me caught up. I really should have a gift or something. Ooh woo. Real. Good morning. I'm streaming, but you can talk. You don't have to be silent. Oh wow. Coffee's still out there. Good morning. I really should give her a gift or something, Uwu. What do you think? You want to give your professor a gift? They're a video gaming professor, right? You should give him a video game. I guess. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what a teacher like. Maybe an apple? I'm not very versed in that. I don't think... No, actually we used to always give teachers presents. But usually not, Usually not teachers in college. DDLC is subversively cute, though. You don't think this game is subversively cute? In the same way, it looks really cute on the surface, but as soon as you open it up, there's like a super big trigger warning. You know? But obviously, it's kind of different because you have never seen this game before checking out our stream today. And Doki Doki Literature Club kind of has a reputation. So I kind of get it. Alright, water and stuff. Oh, stretchies. Oh gosh. Oh, fuck. Alright, for self-care, better late than never. Thank you, Specky. Also, hey Zooms! I hope you're having a good day. Happy Saturday. Maybe I'll just give her a jar of cookies or something. The troubling thing about giving food to someone as a gift is you don't know allergies. So you should check, or give something that's not food. I saw you were streaming and came in to see how things were since I've not spoken with y'all in a while. How are things? Things have been busy, stressful, but they've had their moments. Got a new streaming schedule, the year's almost done. We're still disappointed with how behind we are with essay stuff. Still a hikikomori. Well, less of a hikikomori. We went out yesterday. We tried to get an ID, it didn't really work out. But, as much as there is to complain about, things are mostly stable at least, and we're happy about that. Can't wait to have my V2B model debut for my Live 2D model. Still sitting on it. Still trying to figure out a date for the debut and how far I want to push it back. Depending on how I feel, I'm kind of tempted to wait till Valentine's Day. I like special occasions, and it lets me hype it up more. How are you? You should wear like an extra large tie, and when Snack comes in during your stream, you can be like, I'm at work. Why? Oh, to be silly, I guess. I don't think we have a tie. I'm at work. Face head ass. Real. Sleep good? It was alright. Real. Also a coffee mug with apple juice in it. I'd rather put like, I was about to say apple peroxide. Apple concentrate? I meant, it was a simple slip of the tongue, okay? Apple extract? Like vanilla extract, but apples. So yeah, I'd rather put apple extract in my coffee. Coffee is good. Babies drink coffee. At least I did. We've been drinking coffee since we were like 3.
Apple essential.
Apple essential oil sounds so cursed. I am the cursed. I've been mostly just chilling out and listening to the Epithet Erased Prison of Plastic audiobook. Just started a little while ago. Oh, I know a new Epithet Erased episode is either about to come out or just came out. I remember I got a notification for it. Do you still want to go rock climbing today? Oh wow. Okay. Still an hour for the guy gets here. Apple peroxide. I feel like the FDA will have issues with that. Why? Is it because you can make poison from the seeds of an apple? I think that's what Breaking Bad taught me. That's a lesson in Breaking Bad, right? How to make poison? Or is it how to make meth? One of the two. I don't know how to make bad jokes with y'all. I'll get it one day. Oh, you're fine with the bad jokes, it's just... I overthink a lot. And I love duality. So you're like, oh yeah, you should have apple juice. And it's like, well, maybe I can strike a balance and put apple extract in my coffee. Best of both worlds.
Not drink peroxide.
I will not drink peroxide purposefully.
Whether or not it's made from it.
Huh. Well, can I at least have some Tide Pods? I hear they're delicious.
No.
Damn. I'll never get to have any fun. I wonder if they make apple-shaped Tide Pods, though. That would be cute.
You only get to have Tide Pods if you're non-organic.
Damn! Okay, so now I just need to, just rise above this mortal form, and I can immediately eat Tide Pods all I like, every day. I'll get back to you when I become a celestial being. Hopefully horrifying with an on-fire head.
Well, if it's on fire, that would mean it's organic, right? Because then it have to have something to burn.
Wait, so if I become a gas giant, I still can't drink peroxide? I mean, eat Tide Pods? Ah, same thing, basically.
Yeah, unless the organic stuff is, then I suppose.
Okay.
It just means that you'd be dissolving the food that would make your head fire.
That'd be fun. Sorry, I have an overactive imagination. I didn't even know they served things like this. Bill gushed as Honey returned with a pair of milkshakes.
Factory.
Yes, well, I think they're meant for the guests' children. Honey murmured to herself, sitting down beside Belle and sipping from her glass. It's really good. It's nice tonight, isn't it? Belle hummed, looking up at the orange sky and playing with her straw. Well, the weather was set in advance that it'd be nice tonight. You can be so cynical sometimes. Really? I think you do have a sentimental side, though. What makes you say that? Belle swayed side to side, winding herself up for what she was about to say. You're in love, right? Honey stared back at her in a confused silence. With the princess, right? In love? With the princess. Honey, trying to nonchalantly sip her drink to avoid answering, began choking at Belle's statement. So I was right. Honey coughed and wiped her mouth, staring at Belle with a questioning gaze. Well, I've always had that impression that deep down, you're quite the romantic girl. Like me. Honey didn't reply, her face burning. Also, I mean, you prefer girls, right? How do you... Well, I do too. So, you can tell these things sometimes. And as for girls who appeal to other girls, she's certainly the image of a dashing prince, you know? Honey said nothing, drinking her milkshake as if nothing was happening. Trying to avoid the reply. A little bit longer. You two are close, right? I want to hear about it. Belle leaned forward and looked up at Honey with curious eyes. Honey continued drinking in silence for a moment, eventually setting her drink down and giving in with a sigh. There's no point in denying it. I'll tell you about it. But no teasing, got it? Belle made an okay sign with each hand. I promise! So, again, you two are close, yeah? Yes. In a way. As friends. And well, it's a little hard to describe our formal relationship. Oh? Well, officially I'm her guard, but, well, while I'm deemed fit for the role, there's no real need for it. She can protect herself better than I ever could. So really, I'm a little bit more like... Isn't as formal, but I'm something like a lady-in-waiting, legally speaking. I'm staff to the crown. Belle nodded along, her tail wagging happily. Her Majesty employs me for secretarial tasks, keeping track of her daughter's schedule, writing letters for her, things like that. Emil refuses to take any attendance, so sometimes I'll help with her clothes or grooming her tails. She does the same for me, actually. When we travel, we don't take anyone with us. I've never wanted servants either. Belle gave Honey a warm look, tilting her head slightly. What? You look happy when you talk about her. It's nice. Honey pouted without reply. Are you okay with how things are between you that way, though? I mean... Honey shook her head. She allowed me She allowed me a place by her side, and that's more than I could ever ask for. And I have to be considerate of our roles. I'm barely nobility, really. Is she really the type to mind things like that, though? For that matter, are you? It's not like you. Well, I'm not gonna let you talk down to yourself. Sorry. You're right, I shouldn't. Bill smiled back at her. It was hard for Honey to tell how playful or serious that was. Emil has never cared about titles, I don't wish to cause trouble for her. Belle frowned. But you don't have to think about her image in private, right? You're allowed into the palace, so... Well, yes. I spent quite a lot of time there, but I think our relationship there is... something a little more like family. Family? Yes. It does sound odd, doesn't it? But it's the truth. Her Majesty is something of a guardian to me, and I spent most of my school years living in the palace. Oh wow! I had no idea. It's not really known to the public. I see. I was old enough to be on my own, but I agreed that it would be better to stay with them. I boarded at school with Emil, and when we had time off, we lived at the palace. We acted like any other noble family would, I suppose. We dine and bathe together, ride horses and hunt, all those sorts of things. I see, so it's kinda like you grew up together. Yes, we learned a lot of things together. Her Majesty taught us about piloting, how to wield a sword. She also taught me painting and cooking, things like that. She cared for me and Emil, and sharing those experiences is something I treasure very dearly. Bill smiled gently. That's so lovely. I don't know how you were so close. I didn't know you were so close to Her Majesty too. We don't see each other outside of the palace often, so it's not something other people know. I looked up to her a lot, and I owe her immensely. She even dresses me actually. This outfit was a gift from her. Oh wow. Come to think of it, Belle and Her Majesty are pretty similar people. If the public knew what she was really like. As for Emil, it's far beyond my place to harbor such feelings. But more than that, I couldn't do anything to harm what we have between us. I see. It does sound like you share something very wonderful. Honey held her hands to her chest, exhaling with a small shake in her breath. She had never said any of this aloud. What was the truth? That was the truth. And she's shared. Yeah, just hug me. Don't dance against me, you fool. Well, you're a really good dancer. Yeah, you could be in the duchy. I guess since I broke my focus, I will re-chat now. How was the game during my slumber? Oh, I started playing the second chapter about an hour and a half ago. I'll probably finish in the next 30 minutes. Before I took my last break, I was playing episode 2 of this weird 90s anime aesthetic game about demons and humans. Felt very isekai. I know Drizzle played the first part of it. I think it's called Journey in the Shadowlands or something. It was pretty fun. So I had a good time. And it's been pretty cool. I hope you slept well. No, because hydrogen peroxide is toxic, and making it apple flavored would... yeah. Well, I mean, if it's toxic either way, who cares if it's apple flavored or not? You gotta make it taste good. This season is only in book form so far. They're using the book form to raise enough money with all that stuff to animate it. Oh, cool! Oh, I can't wait to see an animated version of Epitaph Erased. I'm sure that, what was it, Jello-Apocalypse? Yeah. I'm sure Jello-Apocalypse are really excited. I hope that they are able to fund it, though. Hey, I'm not allowed to drink apple peroxide unless I become a higher being, so you don't have to worry. Gosh, you're such a worry word. You should be more of a worry pimple. But that was the truth. That she shared something special with Emil. That warmth was the thing she cherished more than anything else in her life. It was the reason she never gave up her title as nobility. I think that's the longest I've gotten to hear you speak, too. I suppose. She's right, that was a lot. For me, at least. Honey sipped her drink in silence, worn out and embarrassed at having said so much. It felt nice, though, being able to speak openly. Thinking about all the things she said, she realized she had a lot to get off her chest. About her mother, about her life, about Emil. She'd never spoken about her feelings for Emil before, not with anyone. It always felt like this world-ending dirty secret, but talking about it all with Belle, it felt as simple as schoolgirls talking about a crush. Maybe I am a bit of a romantic. So that was what the incest trigger warning is. I do really appreciate that, ooh! Coquette Dragoon! Gosh, I love these title cards. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. I do really appreciate that there's been multiple artists that we've found that recognize the similarity or the overlap with incest, even if it's not even like the whole, I guess this technically counts as step siblings kind of thing, but like the whole Lady in Waiting thing I think makes it a little bit less like how things are in like flesh space and how awkward it would be. I think a lot of people wouldn't even have thought about it like that if not for the trigger warning, but the trigger warning is good. And like growing up together and it being like, oh yeah, my best friend that I've always known, like there is certainly overlap with that. I say that as someone who used to be in a relationship with someone we grew up with and who some people saw that relationship and was like, that's a little incestuous, don't you think? It's not supposed to be sacred. Honey looked into the expensive dance hall. The night's main event already well underway. Wow, 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 wow. I feel like a princess. Do you want to join? Honey asked, looking into the crowd. I want to dance with Honey. I want to dance with Honey. Belle sung, bouncing on her toes and tugging at Honey's sleeve. Alright, alright. Yay! Honey followed Belle by the hand onto the dance floor, passing through the crowd. Surrounding them were swaying pairs of couples, murmurs of personal conversation all around them. Most had changed into dresses and suits for the dance. It was hard to not feel like an outsider stepping in. These gatherings were highly regimented, with most attendees going through a series of outfits with each little event. It all seemed so plain to Honey, and her and Belle always skipped it, all to wander around the outside anyway. Do you know any dances? Honey asked, taking the lead and finding a quiet spot by the wall. Nope! Belle proudly shook her head. Honey raised Belle's hand. Let's just do a slow dance. You don't need to do anything special. We hold one hand together like this, and the other on the back. Honey placed a hand on Belle's shoulder. Belle's around the back of Honey's waist. Belle gave a small giggle looking up at her. Being around Emil and Charlotte. Oh. Being around Emil and Charlotte, I'm not used to getting to be the tall one. Is it true their furniture is to scale? The couches are maybe a little big. The doorways are high too, though. But that's everywhere. Everyone hopes that one day royalty will visit. Huh, so that's why. It's easier for centaurs too, though people only really took it seriously after the Queen's marriage. You know a lot about this kind of stuff, don't you? I hear a lot of conversations. I suppose Emil's sister Elise talks with me about it sometimes. And Emil does hit her head a lot. Honey looked down at Belle's feet. You're doing well. Of course I am. I want to do one of those fun dances someday where I get lifted up and spun around. We'll work up to that one. You've practiced a lot, haven't you? Now and then. This is my first time really getting any use out of it. I'm special. Belle grinned. The only practice I get is with my dolls. Do you? Do you like dolls? I suppose. I don't really remember what I played with when I was young. I still like them a lot. I'm something of a collector. I like to dress them up, make little dioramas. Yeah. When you think about them as characters, you really want to get their hair right, just like how you'd imagine it. I love the feeling of finding the perfect outfit. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. Honey shook her head. It's fine. She hadn't really been thinking about Belle's voice before, but there was something a little awkward about it. She spoke with a slight lisp, and struggled, and slowed down slightly on complex words. She wondered if it was something she'd only noticed from her own circumstances, but the way Belle pronounced TH sounds wasn't quite right. Instead saying them as F. At times she sounded a bit like a child trying to speak with the vocabulary of an adult. When Belle wasn't looking, Honey had been making glances at her side, gauging the distance between the pair and the other attendees. Honey didn't like people hearing her voice. But she did not like for people to hear Belle's voice. But did she not like for people to hear Belle's voice too? A pang of guilt gripped her heart. Was she expecting Belle to be mocked by these people if they got close to her? Was that the concern? Or was it the same judgment? Those judgments once pushed her into all manner of treatments and therapies of her own voice. To little success. Was all she took away from it the vocabulary to mock the way Belle spoke too? I'd like to see that collection sometime. Belle's eyes look up. You what? Honey pulled her a little closer. Honey softly rubbed Belle's shoulder, leaning into her. I can see pieces of my reflection in her, I think. I wonder if she feels the same. She always looks up at me like this. I can tell that she really respects me. Everything I say is important to her. I don't want to be like those cruel people. Belle glanced down at her feet, blushing. I'm glad I try not to get embarrassed about it. Honey shook her head. I don't think it's embarrassing. It's good to have hobbies. Bill's ears folded back. This may be a bit too juvenile for a forest burn, though. Honey glanced down at her murky expression. The firstborn child of a noble family was the heir, and the future patriarch. Regardless of their gender, there was a certain expectation for a domineering and assertive character, something Belle lacked in spades. Of course, given the nature of her birth, she was never to be the heir anyway, but clearly it was a source of pain for her. If Honey said she never had the expectation of her to begin with, would it be comforting? Or an insult? You sound happy when you talk about it. And that's what's important, right? You sound happy about it when you talk about it. And that's what's important, right? Honey nodded, flustered. Belle looked to the side. Sorry, I shouldn't talk about myself like that. I was the one saying don't talk down to yourself. I was wondering if it's alright to ask, what do you feel you sit with things like that? Belle looked past Honey, fidgeting with her hand. Like what? Well, I guess your family, your role, all that. I want to hear about your feelings. I'm sure it must be complicated for you too. I guess I don't think about it much. I am the head of my family, but... Belle looked up at her, ears folding back a little as she pieced together the words. If Honey was the head, that meant... My father became a knight through his service, so he didn't have a sense of it all either. People don't really see me as a family head. Maybe I'm lucky for not having to consider it. Honey bit her lip. She barely ever thought of it, let alone tried to vocalize any of it. It wasn't like she made her decisions unconsciously, though. In the noble court, masculine and feminine held their own meanings. While a marriage could be between anyone, the delineation of who was the husband and who was the wife was readily understood and a deeply ingrained aspect of courtship. For an heir of nobility, becoming a strong and desirable suitor, making a strategic marriage, and controlling your partner to benefit the family was a necessity. For the children that would be married into other families, they were to be a submissive trophy and sent off like a gift. I know there's certain expectations. I like my hair long, but I don't like wearing dresses like I used to, or most women's clothing at all, really. When Her Majesty asked what clothes I'd like, I asked for this. I mean, I know the clothes you wear aren't really... But it's hard to separate them, isn't it? For Honey, that she was a soldier, that she was strong and decisive in the field. Those were all the points of praise in her favor. The uniform-like clothing she preferred certainly fit that image. Not that anyone praised her or anything, but she was always conscious of that expectation. That she came across so meek and passive socially was a negative assessment of that role, though it would make her a more desirable bride. How was she meant to make sense of any of it? If I were trying to marry, maybe I would try and be, well, like you said about appealing to other women, princely? Honey fretted, but I can't even imagine it. Oh, Honey fretted. Oh, hey Glow. I'm glad you made it back safe from the library. I hope you enjoy your book. If I were trying to marry, I would try and be, well... You said something about appealing to other women princely? Honey fretted, but I can't even imagine it. I can't really do anything deliberately. I don't even think of myself very strongly as, well, being a woman. Belle nodded along to Honey's awkward words, looking down at her. It was hard to imagine how she thought of all this. For those married off, they hardly had the right to protest a marriage for lack of compatibility, let alone sexuality. Belle preferred women, but it didn't mean her family would have her marry one, if she were to marry at all. Honey had wondered in their time together, what did the Queen think? She married a woman, had children with her, Homosexuality was far from taboo in this nation. But still, among the noble classes, only a privileged handful had the right to choose a partner they desired. How did things end up so rigid? Even free from gender-determining role or succession obligations to the Even free from gender-determining roles succession, obligations to the family came to control people's lives, behaviors, and senses of self. The knight that adopted her was a soft-spoken, effeminate man. While he was a prodigal tactician, he could barely stand the sight of blood and was hardly the perfect image of a soldier. Though praised and granted land and title by the queen, he was a subject of quiet mockery amongst his newfound peers. Honey sometimes overheard him joke about never being able to get married, and ultimately, he never did. She was too young to ever wonder at the time, but how did he feel, thrust into this life of nobility? Just like him, she was an outlier from the common world. It wasn't really expected she would marry at all, really. The name Rose of Marine was to die with her. So, where'd that leave her? She'd never have a groom or a bride, and she was neither a parent or a child. But rather than a freedom of choice, it felt like trying to pick between losing options. I think I don't really know what I am, or where I fit in it all. Honey murmured, wondering if Belle could even hear her at this point. Belle squeezed her hand, leaning closer to her. It's okay. I don't really know very well myself either. I was just wondering if we had similar feelings, you know? Honey rubbed Belle's shoulder. Belle smiled up at her. It's hard to put into words, but I don't know if I could ever dance like this with anyone else. I don't think I'd let anyone else feed me cakes or play with my tail either. That cute little face of yours when you eat gives me the energy to live for 100 years. Honey pulled Belle closer, leaning over her to hide her expression. I'm glad you find it so amusing. Really though, I love spending time with you. I don't have to think about any of these complicated things. We can dance and not have to think about our names or our responsibilities. That's very important to me. So, how am I doing? Think I got in the hang of this whole dancing thing? Belle asked, lifting Honey's hand and attempting a small flourish. You're a natural. You flatter me, my dear. Honey raised Belle's hand, slowly spinning her around. I always wanted to do this. I'm glad you're having fun. You too! Do I look that way? Of course you do! If you say so. Honey leaned forward in the mirror, running a mascara wand over her eyelashes. She preferred her own makeup, but didn't like carrying a bag either. Naturally, the powder rooms of noble mayors came well equipped with supplies for their prestigious guests. Honey sighed to her reflection. For all that inner conflict, I'm still putting on makeup. As if it's that simple. When we met, you didn't even know I was the head of my family, did you? Honey turned to Belle, fiddling beside her with a tube of lip gloss. No, actually. Naturally, I think you're even cooler now. I mean, that must be really tough too, though. Do we say cool here? They say it in cartoons. Some people say it's not very proper, though. I like those improper words. Right. Don't ask why I'm thinking about this now, but do you ever wonder about things like apple juice and milk? I'm not really sure I understand the question. Honey asked, looking at her through the mirror. Like, milk is nice. Apple juice is nice. At least, I think they're nice. but you can't mix them together. But there's plenty of sweet milk, and plenty of fruit-flavored milk. Belle fidgeted with her hands as if trying to squeeze the two concepts together. It's like, I don't know. I just think about those things. I wonder why nice things aren't always addictive. Why strawberry milk and not apple? Belle picked up a tube of mascara. I mean, to begin with, strawberry milk doesn't have any real strawberries in it. Really? Huh. The more you... Oh. Belle flinched, poking herself in the eye as she tried to mimic Honey. Are you okay? Mm-hmm. Honey extended her hand. Do you want me to do it for you? You would? Of course. Here. Close your eyes. Honey took a cotton swab and leaned towards Belle. Did I smudge it? Thank you. My hands are still a little shaky. Honey frowned. You should have told me. You really do fuss over me. I mean it. I know. I'm sorry. Honey shook her head. No sorry. You don't need to apologize. There. All done. Honey lifted her hand. That was fast! Wow. I'm told I'm good with my hands. Super good. Close your eyes again. Honey lifted a wand-shaped device plugged into the wall. I'm sorry, what? A wand-shaped device plugged into the wall? This part always feels weird. Maya and Dutchie makeup used a complex chemical reaction with those flash devices to set, making it almost impossible to remove or smear, though only temporarily. Honey aimed the device at Belle's expectant face. Ah! Belle cutely squealed as Honey blasted her with ionizing radiation. Now let me do you, if you're done. Belle snatched the device from Honey's hand. I'm done. Belle pressed the trigger with glee, a hot flash hitting Honey's face. Wow, you didn't even flinch. That's just a little heat. It kinda scares me, to be honest. It's harmless, really. I know, human evolution and space and all that, but it's like, if someone asked you to drink poison, and then the antidote, it's the other way around. Like a vaccination. Still, even if you were vaccinated, are you really gonna drink from a beaker labeled Puru Pikapuru virus? What? It's the principle of it! Does it really bother you that much? No, not really. Shall we be going? But first I need to tinkle. Honey nodded, turning to hide her expression. I'll wait outside. You say tinkle. As Honey exited, she walked right into an unfortunately familiar face. Having fun with your new friend? The long-haired noblewoman from earlier smiled. Honey glanced at her for a moment, then fixed her gaze on the window beside her. The woman tilted her head, smiling in response and stepping closer. It took me a second, but I finally figured out who she is. Honestly, even you can do better than that. She's maybe the only person here more pitiful than yourself, and that's saying something. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you this, but everybody knows that girl is dirty, little slut, just like her mother was. Honey drew a quick breath, turning to face her. You piece of shit. So that did get a rise out of you. The woman giggled, hiding her mouth with her hand. I'm not just saying that, though. Even you hear what people are saying sometimes, right? It's no wonder she barely shows her face. Honey glared at her without saying a word. Responding at all was just playing along with her. The woman gave her a disgustingly satisfied thin smile. Anyway, I have to go meet with my husband. Since I have one, that is. So, I'll say ta-ta. She stepped past Honey, twirling her hand in goodbye. Damn, what a bitch. Honey leaned against the wall, her hand clenched and tugging at her cravat. She wanted to say something. Do something. She wanted to make her apologize for saying those disgusting things. She could do it. Honey was an agent of the palace. Digging up that woman's dirty laundry was as easy as checking her name against a few lists. There were any number of ways to hurt somebody like that. Violent images came to mind of the things she could do to her. Honey sighed, rubbing her eyes. It was all pointless, all too conditional, and well beyond her authority, if not her ability. The powers granted to her by the palace couldn't be used for something as trivial as a spat in the hallway, and certainly not for some petty personal grudge. More than that, she didn't want Belle to walk out and have to deal with her too. Getting her out of sight was as quickly as possible was the best outcome. All done, Belle smiled, appearing before Honey. Honey nodded, extending her hand. Belle reached out for a moment and then withdrew. Belle stuttered, confused. Is something wrong? Belle paused for a moment, brows furrowed and fumbling for a sentence. I'll be just a second. Honey followed Belle back into the bathroom. She was hunched over the sink, scrubbing her hands beneath the faucet. Are you alright? Yes. I just felt I didn't want my hands to be dirty and touching yours. I mean, I did wash them already, but... Sorry, this is all very silly. Honey shook her head. If it helps. I wasn't thinking of that at all. I know. Belle lingered for a moment, then withdrew her hands from the sink. Alright, I'm done. It's all empty up here now. Belle stepped into the balcony, taking a deep breath. What a lovely view! It's nice getting to be up here alone. Honey hung back a little, nodding along. Belle ambled over the railing, taking a brief peek over before stepping back out again. Well, looking down, I'm a bit afraid of heights, aren't I? Honey moved closer and put a hand on her shoulder. It's alright. It's nice and safe. Honey placed her hand on Belle's, Honey placed her hand on Belle's. Make sure you don't drop your rabbit. I won't. Belle leant backwards against Honey and let out a tired sigh. How are you feeling? I was a little freaked out back there. Sorry. It's alright. Sorry. I should say uncomposed like a proper lady. I think that dance hall is a bit too much. I understand. I'm sorry. It's okay. I was the one who wanted to go. I don't get scared when it's just us, but moving around a lot. If I faint in front of all those people. Honey curled her arms around Belle, resting her chin on her head. I wouldn't let anything happen. You'd have Princess carried me out to safety then? I suppose I would have to. Belle let out a small giggle before sighing and resting her head on Honey's arm. Thank you! Do you know the actual definition of agoraphobia? Wrong voice. Do you know the actual definition of agoraphobia is to be scared of a situation you can't escape from? Honey gave a small nod. I do. You understand what I want to say then? Honey squeezed her hand. You're so sweet and caring. I wish I could kill anyone who was mean to you. Belle? I'm kidding, I'm kidding. At least half kidding. It was Belle's turn to sigh as she pulled Honey's arms tighter around her like a blanket. This will probably sound really strange coming out of nowhere, but... I kinda always wished I could say something like... It was probably gonna sound really strange coming out of nowhere, but I've always kind of wished I could say something like, even though I look like this, I'm really a boy. There was this comic I liked when I was young that was kind of like that. The princess character was standing on a balcony like this, and he says to his lover, he says something like, it doesn't matter who you are, what I fell in love with was you. It's been stuck in my head ever since. I've been thinking about what we talked about earlier. It's hard to really gather my thoughts on it. Do you want to be a boy? That's a really complicated question to ask someone. Sorry. I don't know, honestly. I think sometimes maybe it'd be easier, or I'd be liked more. But it's not that simple. Not for anyone. I like being called a girl, but hate being called a woman. If I had to ask myself what I want to be most, my answer is probably just puppy. I want things to be simple that way. I think sometimes being a human is too complicated for me. Dogs can cheer people up just by being with them. I always like the term companion animal. All the dog needs is tummy rubs, treats, and walkies. But wolves can't be domesticated, can they? Is that why you're so intent on biting me? I can say a thing as strange as that and you don't even bat an eye. I think I'm used to it. And well, I don't think there's anything wrong with those feelings. I think friendship means being seen how you want to be seen. I'm not gonna make fun of that. So, I really am a puppy to you? Don't get carried away. Really though, it's like I said, things don't feel so complicated with you. I was scared, but I can still have fun dancing. And that's why you're my favorite. Honey rubbed her arm. I hope you can feel a little better now. Do I need to reiterate on the healing properties of honey energy? Honey sighed, giving Belle a squeeze. Hey, what's it like being able to fly? Well, not the fighting part, I mean, just flying. I guess I never get to appreciate it much. It's hard on your body. Does it hurt? I really don't know much about it. It's like experiencing a different kind of pain. I don't know if I could describe it. Your thoughts move too quickly. It takes a long time to be able to rest afterwards. That sounds scary. It is. I see. What's being in space like? It's peaceful. The war aside, it's very quiet. Isn't it hard to get used to? I think for me, it came fairly naturally. Is it true Dragoon pilots have to go in their suits? It's true, isn't it? I'll cherish this image forever. Please don't. It's too late. I can't control my imagination. Honey let out a sigh and squeezed her arms around her, Belle laughing and burying her face in Honey's sleeve. Piss, 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 piss. Dragoons piss in their suits. Continuing the exploration of the now empty upper floors, Honey watched Belle prance around the empty game rooms, eyes glittering at each attraction. It seemed like her antics on the balcony had cheered her up, which Honey wasn't exactly sure if she could nod and say she was glad for, but it was nice to see her in high spirits. Well, we've got the whole place to ourselves. Belle twirled around, admiring the games room. You'll play with me, right? Of course. Yay! Have you... What about this one? Have you ever played darts? Honey asked, eyeing the available games. Nope. It might be a little hard. It's okay. I don't try things because I want to be good at them. Honey tilted her head a little, glancing at her fang teeth. You can really be cool sometimes, you know? Show me how it's done! Belle smiled, gesturing to Honey. Honey took a tin of darts from the table, then stood behind the line marked on the floor. Come to think of it, she wasn't really familiar with the scoring rules, but Belle wasn't interested in playing an actual game of it anyway. Honey tossed her hand forward, loosing the dart and landing it dead center on the board. Wow! Woo! Yay, Honey! Bullseye! It feels a little like I'm cheating. It was nothing compared to shooting or throwing a knife. You can do it again, can't you? Like, you know, that pre-cartoon fight splitting an arrow? I don't know if I saw that one. Honey raised her hand, sending another dart into the bullseye. Ooh! Stand further back and do it! Honey stepped back a little, and then turned, pacing to the other side of the room. All the way from there? Honey raised her hand, feeling out the distance. Why did she come this far back? She thrust forward, launching the dart across the room. With a heavy thwack, the dart was lodged beside the other two at the center of the board. Wow! Belle laughed, eyebrows raised. Honey tossed her head back, her face flushed. You wanted to show off to me, didn't you? Belle giggled, walking back to the board with Honey. Let me try. Hold it for me, would you? Belle held out her stuffed rabbit for Honey, slipping her cloak off. Oh, I think belly rubs are soon. Belle skipped over to the dartboard, pulling out Honey's darts. Standing at the line, she raised her arm and lowered it again with a confused expression. Here. Honey stepped forward and placed her hand against Belle's. It's hard to explain, but put your fingers like this. Like this? And then Honey pulled Belle's hand back. Pull it back a little bit, and then push your hand forward, keeping it straight. I'll give it a try. Belle pulled back cautiously, her ruby eyes fixated on the dartboard. With a flick of her hand, the dart fumbled through the air a short distance and landed on the floor. Belle paused a moment before laughing at herself. Honey offered her another dart. It's okay, you can try again. You're right! It's hard. It's a difficult game. Don't stress. You say that after showing me all that. Belle eyed her slyly. Sorry. I mean, it's like I said, I just wanted to see how things feel. Belle smiled, picking up her darts. I've never played a sport in my life. Darts is a sport, right? Honey nodded. I like getting to do these kind of things with you. Honey stepped forward, halfway between the line and the dartboard. Here, try standing a bit closer. You haven't given up on me? I think, I want you to feel what it's like to hit it. You can do it. Honey murmured in her best attempt to cheer. So cute! I'm powered up now. Try moving your arm slowly, pretending you're throwing it, and then get a feeling for keeping the dart straight as your arm moves. Belle motioned with her arm. Like this? Now just try and do that more quickly. It doesn't need to be a very hard throw. Belle tossed the dirt forward, and with a soft thud, it landed on the dartboard. I did it! Good work. Now, try standing farther back. Just a little. Belle followed Honey's instruction, taking a few steps back and raising her second dart. She threw her arm forward like Honey taught her, and the dart flew into the board. I really did it! Or just 2 flukes in a row. It wasn't a fluke. Try standing on the line. Belle nodded, bouncing over the line beside Honey. With a confident smile, she let loose her last dart. Aw, forehead kisses? Mwah! Good girl. Don't get hit by darts. I did it! Belle jumped up and down. I did it, 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 I did it! Honey held out Belle's stuffed animal. You did it. Belle clutched the rabbit to her chest, prancing from side to side. Praise me! Praise me! Honey raised her hand, Belle nuzzling the side of her head, and giggling. You did well. Honey stroked her head. You showed me how. It was nothing. I mean, I'd be embarrassed trying out on my own to begin with. I'm glad I could be here then. So humble! Belle grinned up at her, bouncing on her toes like a pet trying to lick Honey's face while Honey scratched behind her ears. Honey sighed to herself, rubbing Belle's head. At this point, she couldn't help saying she was merely resigned to going along with her. Playing with her was fun. Encouraging her was fun. She wished she could praise Belle in a sweet voice. I already gave the kissies. Oh wait, I don't give forehead kissies. That's false advertisement. Mwah. She wished she could praise Belle in a sweet voice. There were all kinds of things she wanted to tell her. She had always heard it said about her that she couldn't emote properly, that her voice was grating, that her presence was unnerving. I can never tell what that woman is really thinking. For Belle, it always seemed like she knew what Honey was thinking, and the things she wanted to say. Honey wished she could sound sweet to her, but Belle took everything she said as sweet to begin with. She was scared of touching others, but if she had something in her hand, Belle would take it like it was natural. What she couldn't say in words came so easily through scratching behind her ears. Belle was always smiling up at her, delighting in Honey's attention and praise. Honey couldn't smile back at her or offer words in a pleasant voice, but the way Belle looked at her, it was as if she could tell when Honey wanted to smile, even if she couldn't. Zal took a drag from her cigarette, examining a colorful machine. How exactly are you meant to play virtual darts? Those games are like for dads, I think. Right. Eyeing the machine for a little longer, Zal turned back to see Ayane had already continued on without her. Zal quickly scurried behind her, looking around anxiously. Watching Ayane nursing a case of beer under her arm and smoking with the other, it was hard not to feel like an accomplice or something. Looking at Zal's hunched shoulders, Ayane laughed. Well, we can drink here, I think, don't worry. Pilots get a free run of the place. Should we really be here in uniform to begin with? If you want to be hit on by guys twice your age, feel free to take it off. Right, yeah. Not much else to run into this late, huh? Ayane raised a fist. I'll keep you safe, though. Thanks. Unless that's your thing, of course. Who among us has never sucked a dad? I'm more of a mom person. I figured as much. Ayane flopped into a stuffed-looking couch. What's that supposed to mean? Zal looked down on the stiff-feeling couch. Nothing. And for the record, I've never sucked a dad. Right. You've never had beer before, have you? Ayane asked, raising a bottle. I hear it's an acquired taste. Zal hung her shoulders. You either like it or you don't. Here. Ayane popped off the lid, passing the bottle to her. Zal glanced away as she took it from her hand, a cold feeling gnawing at her back. If she hadn't just seen her take the lid off. Just forget it. Zal leaned forward, quickly raising the bottle to her lips. The taste was fairly mild, unlike the sour premixed drinks she was used to. It wasn't quite good or bad, but it was easy to drink. Gravity is required for carbonation, so she never had anything close to it until recently. It was less exciting to try for the first time than she hoped, though. I like it. Zal examined the bottle. Atta girl. Ayane raised her bottle in a mock toast. I sort of had a feeling. You have a pretty mature palate, despite appearances. I guess. Things that are too sweet make me feel sick. I love everything that's bad for me, Ayane boasted. Is it okay to drink before I fly? What? Are you worried Susie's gonna give you a breathalyzer test? No, I just... You know, neural connections is pretty heavy stuff, so I didn't know what it's sensitive to. Well, if drinking did anything to mess it up, I'd be your canary in the coal mine. Right. What's a canary? So, what do you want to play first? Or just chill here? I could get some popcorn. Do you think if I yell at the team behind the counter, he'll bring out food for us? Don't do it! Ayane leapt to her feet, making a decision. Come on, let's play some air hockey. You have to teach me how. Zal trailed behind her. How do you not... Right, duh, of course. Ayane swiped a debit card through the machine. Yeah. Oh, check this shit out then. Put your hand on it. Ayane leaned over the table. Oh, this feels weird. Zao ran her hand across the table surface. Air hockey is really made of air. Heh. Anyway, there's no rules. Just smack this with this into this. Ayane slid a hat-shaped thing Zao couldn't recognize across the table to her. Right, yeah. Pretty self-explanatory. Zao murmured, mimicking Ayane's grip on the strangely shaped thing. You serve. Ayane gestured to Zhao's paddle. Oh! No tennis either, right. You go first. Right. Zhao smacked the puck forward, and Ayane deflected it easily back to Zhao. Which Zhao deflected easily, and back to Ayane, who... The game is pretty cyclical. Do you play tennis? I did in high school, but only because my parents made me. Is it fun? I've never seen it played. It can be, but I'm not really the sporty type. I did feel good when I won though, but that wasn't very often. What about you? Any cool zero-G sports? Not really. I'm not really the type either. Huh. We picked the wrong place to sign up. Everyone here is fucking obsessed with it. I saw there's like an arena? Zhao noted. The court, Ayane corrected her. But arena does sound a lot cooler. We've got basketball, football, baseball, all the good balls. A lot of other squads are on the base teams. It's kind of just a big, shitty clique, to be honest. So stay away then. Absolutely. I mean, the after parties are okay if you want straight girls to try to tongue fuck your mouth and impress their soon-to-be dead army boyfriends. Right. Now that you're distracted, Ayane hit the puck with all her strength. Now that she was distracted, Zhao moved her hand a few inches and deflected the puck. Oh, fuck me raw. Sorry. How are you so good at this? Is this good? I guess I've been told I have pretty good reflexes. You come here often? Zhao asked, looking around at the neon light fixtures. Yeah, often enough. I kinda picture you into more, cooler shit. That's one way of putting it. I mean, yeah, but I don't know. This place is good for my mini syndromes. Drinking alone and playing a machine until 3 in the morning isn't exactly the best look. But whatever. It passes the time. Ayane leaned forward, smacking the puck as hard as she could, only for it to miss the goal anyway. Is it just me, or does air hockey kinda suck ass? It's relaxing, I guess. I give up. Let's play something better. You still have credits. Who cares? Ayane tossed her paddle onto the table. You know, most arcades use a membership model, or you just pay for a few hours of unlimited games. Ayane turned back to Zhao and raised her finger. Except for here. Zhao set down a paddle, following beside her. Everyone agrees arcades that still use credits are a fucking rip. So why is that? Zhao gave her an unsure look in return, taking a drag from her cigarette. Cause pilots don't care at all about how they spend their money. How much of it, what on, when or where. Places like this, they're all owned by ex-military, and they don't carry the soldiers out of some sense of camaraderie. I'm sure you've already picked up on a lot of it. The inside perspective on just how easily it is to squeeze money out of us is maybe the only valuable thing you'll come away with at the end of your service. Figuring out how to cash in on this whole rotten system is a lot more important than any of Susie's annoying lessons. Bless her sweetheart. One big money printing machine for the rest of my life. Is that too much to ask for? She whined, raising a cigarette. Zal awkwardly nodded along, sipping at her drink. This kind of topic was just leaving her feeling numb. How was she meant to think about her future at all right now? Zal followed Ayane up the rows of game machines, bombarded by the dizzying array of lit-up attract screens. There weren't many patrons at this hour, a few tired-looking people fixated on their particular game. A pair of guys in lilac uniforms gave a glance to her and Ayane with little interest and moved quickly on their own. Zal wondered if Ayane had told them off before or something, or if people really just stick that closely to their groups. Ashtrays lined the surfaces of the machines, a haze of cigarette smoke hanging in the air. She'd heard that people smoke pretty much everywhere on the ships like this, which was proving very much true. Back home, smoking was mostly considered a stereotype of dock workers. Zal fiddled with the cigarette in her mouth. She started smoking significantly more since she came here. Maybe Ayane's influence was rubbing off on her, or it was like Ayane's relationship to games and drinking. She'd already finished a bottle herself. Beer definitely got worse the longer Zal let it sit. The last few warm dregs were difficult to get through. You sure you don't want to play something? Ayane asked, looking back from the cabinet. I like watching. Zal smiled, shaking her head. Suit yourself. You do have a front row seat to the girl with the highest score on these half of the machines, so consider yourself lucky for that. Yeah. All I'm doing is following her around. Don't I like games? But I don't have anything to say. Do I even know how to hold a conversation in the real world? Reaching for the ashtray beside her, Zhao flinched, pressing her legs together. Right. This is why I don't drink. Zhao pressed out her cigarette, turned to Ayane. Is there a bathroom around here? That way. Ayane pointed to the other side of the room. Be back in a sec. Want me to come with? Huh? Oh, no, it's fine. I forgot that's what normal girls do. Zhao raised her skirt and sat down on the toilet with a flustered sigh. Looking down at her underwear, there was a wet patch. Why do I always have to have this fucking problem? It was humiliating being caught off guard like this. This was a problem that came and went, but it wasn't easy to predict. It wasn't bad enough that it would show through her clothes. Probably. And she was wearing a skirt anyway, but still. Would Ayane make fun of her if it was worse? Zhao sighed, leaning on her elbows. What now? She didn't want to go home, or give a real or fake explanation to Ayane why. For now, sitting here felt better than being out there though. She folded a piece of toilet paper, dabbing at the wet spot. This was stupid. Stupid. She didn't even really have to go, but her body didn't send the right signals anymore, and it kept getting worse the older she got. She rubbed her stinging eyes into her sleeve, trying to hold herself back from crying. She cried way too easily. The thought of going back out to Yane with puffed out cheeks and a red face was way too humiliating. Life was meant to be easier here. So why did it feel so bad? Of course, all of her problems with herself and her body had come along with her when she arrived. And that was obvious. She looked up at the dimly lit stall around her. It was still pretty new to her, getting to use a regular bathroom. Around her were marker scrawls and other stupid shit teenagers left behind. Slurs, insults, bad jokes, scribbled out phone numbers. What kind of psychopath just carries a marker around for something like that? By all accounts, this place was pretty dingy. She probably should have put toilet paper down on the seat or whatever. She'd heard that people sometimes did that here. Still, it was nothing like the misery of bathrooms back home. She could forgive pretty much every part of life in 0G, except for that. There was no easy solution to go without gravity. A seal against the body was required to prevent anything from getting into the air. a vacuum system to draw waste away from the body and into sewage, the sense of air filtering for good measure. Touching a toilet seat was significantly less disgusting to think about than any of those devices. It was unhygienic, uncomfortable, and humiliating. At the least, stalls were single occupancy and ungendered, but it still stung having to use the receptacle labeled male to urinate into. She couldn't even wash her hands comfortably. A small sealed chamber sprayed the user's hands with high pressure water and disinfectant strong enough to burn her skin. A bidet-like system did the same. She compulsively showered afterwards most times anyway. Maybe it was just a particular sensitivity she had. She wondered. She had to use bathrooms a lot more than the average person to begin with. No matter what it is, I don't like it's just rotten. Zhao ruffled her hair, scratching her head. She was glad to be here away from all of that. But did it really feel much better here? Why am I thinking about all this now? Because my body's messed up? Because my life is? How am I meant to just walk back out there? People from the fringes are the lowest of the low. I know that. To those people, I'm just human filth. We live in filthy conditions, do filthy jobs, and die for nothing. All the blood spill from my body was just to grease the wheels for a better place like this. I don't know what Ayane is thinking, but even if it hadn't crossed her mind at all, isn't that ignorance still pretty insulting? I don't know what to think about any of this. Because I wear this uniform, I can be accepted here. But I know I'm not forgiven. I hate these people, I really do. They never had to spend even a single second living the way I had to. And still, I'm offering them my life. What am I thinking? Have I had too much to drink? No. I know why I'm thinking all this. Because I can never just ignore anything. And all those little things, they just add up together. I don't know exactly what effect it had on my body or what I can really attribute to living that way, but I know it wasn't good for me. I mean, I certainly know what I can attribute to my injuries. I spent my life living like shit. But I can't ignore how much of it costs. I hated those bathrooms back home, but those were expensive bits of infrastructure. And all less. Life on those frigettes was miserable. But it was so much more expensive than here. All those moving parts, complex ventilation systems, and filters. Keeping even a single person alive in zero gravity requires the work of hundreds. This place is cheap. This dirty bathroom is cheap. My room is cheap. My bed is cheap. But because it's here, it's all luxury. And everything is so simple and easy. When I enlisted, they told me, people like you are really valuable to the military. You don't need to be trained at all for 0G. Isn't that just giving the whole game away? If I know that much, why am I even here? Am I gonna throw my life away knowing all the while what a bad deal I got? But I didn't have a choice. I had to get out of there, no matter what. Xiao took a long breath, staring up at the ceiling and trying to collect herself. No matter how much she dwelled on it, it was all pointless now. She'd already made her decision. She looked down at her underwear. It was pretty much dry already. But it'd be nicer if she could just go home and change. What excuse could she make to Ayane for leaving? Maybe I could say I need a tampon or something? I can't even joke about that. I need to get back out there. She's probably wondering where I am at this point. Hey girl. Ayane waved, looking up from her game. Hi. Ayane eyed her for a moment. Zhao figured out how long she took hadn't quite gotten past her, but thankfully she declined to comment on it. Of course, Ayane had taken her out here to begin with because she knew Zhao wasn't feeling well. What do you want to play? Ayane asked cheerfully. I don't really know many arcade games. I recognize a few as having home console releases though, but I don't really play those kinds of games anyway. I'll pick then. Ayane stopped at a shooting game, lifting the colorful plastic gun. I like those ones. I know that's really messed up. Ayane stuck a coin in the slot, raised her gun. I was never any good at these before is the one thing. But after I flew, suddenly it's like I'm an expert. Oh, Ayane stuck a coin in the slot, raising the gun. I was never any good at any of these before is the thing. But after I flew, suddenly it's like I'm an expert. Ayane held the gun out loosely, snapping from one target to the next without effort. I didn't know how to drive before, but compared to a Dragoon, it might as well be as easy as pushing a shopping trolley. There's all sorts of weird things I'm good at now. I mean, you'll get it firsthand tomorrow, but people get that it's easy to fly for us, but it's not like it's fake, or that it all disappears once you're disconnected. It feels weird. But I like being good at things. Yeah. You can join player 2, you know. Ayane waggled the gun at Zhao. I'm okay, I think. More prize tickets for me. Have another drink. I'll buy one for both of us. Yeah. Zhao took another bottle. I don't know if alcohol is good for me. I don't really feel any better. I either need to stop, or maybe just drink way more? I'm really out of my depth here. Ayane is so out of my league. I know how pathetic it is to think like that, but really, all I can see in her are things that I don't have. I'm a total outsider. It's not just because I'm from the fringes. Honestly, that's the furthest thing from the problem here. She's so normal. I'm just some fucking loser. I've never been to a party in my life, or any of the things she talks about. She can have fun here, and I'm standing here scared I'm about to burst into tears in front of her. She invited me here, and I'm just being a bitter weirdo. Am I a psycho you can't even be nice to, or... I can't even tell if she's nice. I can never tell how I feel about someone. If a friend mistreats me, I just think they're probably right to do it since I don't have any value anyway. But then, every time things end with someone, I think, how did I put up with all that? Right now, I can't really tell. Is this friction? Are my toes being stepped on? Is that just how she communicates? Am I just being shy? Zhao watched Ayane raise the gun to the next target. I can't think straight about me and her. I like her. I barely know her. I feel worthless next to her. I never thought I'd feel so ugly standing next to someone. I can't help but feel that. But if any of that shit... Is that any of that shit even important at all? Is now really the time to worry about my fucking self-esteem? I'm going to war. We both are. Her life is gonna be in my hands. And mine and hers. I might have to watch her die. She might have to watch me die. I don't think I'm ready for all this. I feel sick. Sal sunk into the floor, sitting against the cabinet behind her. Ayane looked back at her. Sal looked up at her, embarrassed. She didn't think she'd notice her moving. Sorry. What's up? I'm okay, it's just sort of hard to stand up. If you're having trouble with gravity, you can just say so. You can grab chairs over by the wall. Yeah. Ayane looked up for a moment, setting the gun down on the cabinet. You really are nervous, aren't you? It's hard not to feel like you're on death row, huh? Yeah. I joke about those stupid jocks on base, but those people are fucking evil. Pretty much everyone around here is. I was gonna say, like, hey, not me though. But that sounded pretty bad. Look, I know. Where your head is right now, there's no magic bullet thing anyone can say that can make things better. Especially from someone you just met. Ayane slid down beside Xiao, sitting cross-legged. The night before my first flight, I woke up and puked all over my mattress. TMI, sorry. But where am I even going with this? I think I get what you're trying to say. Well, that's good, since I don't. I'll be okay. I'll be okay, I think. I think I just got caught up in my thoughts a lot. I've noticed. Which is why I'm trying to destroy them with alcohol and video games. You can go home if you want. Sal shook her head. No, no! I've already asked like 10 times, but there's nothing you want to play? I promise it'll feel better when than when you're just watching. Do they have anything cute? You want to play stuff for little girls? So what if I do? Well, it's not like any kids show up here anyway. Sal eyed the beer bottle in her hand. I figured as much. The Duchy of Lucia. Is this really okay? Honey muttered as Belle led her by the hand into one of the manor's guest rooms. Why wouldn't it be? Belle responded as she hung up her cloak. Honey frowned even though she was already taking off her shoes. Why here? Because I wanted you to be here. Belle fell backwards into the bed. Despite Honey's fretting, she knew they weren't gonna be bothered by anyone in here. For the same unspoken reason, the door wasn't left unlocked to begin with. The door was left unlocked to begin with. Did Belle even really know? Honey sighed. You really shouldn't wear shoes on someone's bed. Belle gave an innocent smile and held her legs out towards her. Honey sighed again, pulling off Belle's boots and arranging them neatly next to her own on the shoe rack. Come sit next to me! Belle whined, patting at the blanket. I'm coming. Belle rolled closer as Honey sat beside her, clutching her toy rabbit happily. I just wanted to spend some more time alone before we left. Of course. Are you feeling tired? A little. As much as I want to run around until I collapse, I think I've worried you enough. Emil called me a worrywart not that long ago. I like that side of you, though. Belle poked Honey with her toy rabbit. It's what makes you so cute! Honey gestured towards the rabbit. Would it be okay if I asked about that? Of course. Do you want to hold it? Honey nodded, taking it from Belle's hand and holding it up to her face. The color was faded, but it was clearly very well cared for. Belle must clean it quite regularly. She's very important to me. We've always been together, Belle cooed. Do you take her anywhere? Belle asked, running her thumb along the plush material. Belle shook her head. Only when I'm with you. Oh, right. I only just remembered. She wasn't there when we met, was she? Honey was struck with the realization that most of Belle's behavior was probably only ever shown around Honey. Belle gave her an amused smile, seeming to understand Honey's thoughts. If I was younger, I'd say something like, I wanted her to meet you. Belle sighed to herself. But now, I'm not quite sure why, but when I'm alone, I never let go of her. And it just felt okay around you too, I suppose. I can't sleep without her, and I feel lonely without her. I have a pretty hopeless attachment. I always liked stuffed animals. It's funny because the only difference between a toy and a pillow or something is that it has a face sewn on. But when I'm lying in bed, it feels like like she's a living creature. She feels warm, even knowing it's just in my head. Of course, living stuffed animals really do exist, but I wasn't lucky enough to have one. Yeah. But she's alive all the same to me. So, I can't really get rid of her. She helps me calm down. I'm pretty childish, aren't I? I don't really see any problem with that. I still chew on my thumb sometimes. I get scolded for that. I'm an embarrassing adult, really. Honey wasn't sure how to reply. Belle rolled back over, looking up at the ceiling. To be honest, I don't really have many good memories attached to that toy. Her name's Chestnut, by the way. It feels a little strange calling her by name in front of someone else. I talk to her when no one else is around. All that said, I depended on her. I still depend on her, if that's okay to say. You said you kept your hair long because of your mother? It's maybe a little like that. Honey nodded, passing the doll back to Belle. Belle clutched Chestnut tightly below her chin. She was a gift from my mother before I was born. She bought it for me, even though I was a secret. A maid was keeping it safe for her and gave it to me. So, to me, she's proof that I'm loved. Belle sighed deeply, letting the doll fall to her side and staring up at the ceiling. I know it's strange to carry it around, but I don't feel like anything is really there unless I'm touching it. On instinct, Honey extended her hand outward. Belle clasped it affectionately, preciously. Your hands are so nice, Belle sighed, holding the back of Honey's hand to her cheek. I've said a lot of miserable things, haven't I? Belle lay in silence for a moment, squeezing Honey's hand. I know this isn't something I need to explain to you, but I just want to complain a little. I wish I got to tell you myself all those things about me that everyone knows. It's frustrating. There are lots of things I don't know about you, though. I want to hear about them from you, and the same goes from me to you. I ask you a lot of questions. I don't mind at all. It's nice. I know I'm always playing around, but I hope that I'm a good friend to you. I really mean that. You are. Really. Belle giggled a little at Honey's awkwardness. You said a few things tonight about how I wag my tail. Or how I speak when I'm calm. Those kinds of things I don't quite notice about myself, but I'm not used to those things either. I have to be very careful with myself. How I speak, how I act. Honey? Honey curled her fingers around her chest. You're one of the only people... Honey curled her legs to her chest. You're one of the only people I like hearing say my name. Honey felt Belle sit up beside her and move closer. Belle laid her hand on the back of her palm. I must look pitiful right now. Sorry. If you don't want me to pry, that's okay. But, if you're ever sad about anything, well, you always look after me, so of course I look after you too. Honey tugged at her cravat. What was she meant to say? how could she say it? She couldn't push Belle away, but I'm not good at putting things into words. But it does mean a lot for you to say that. What I meant to say was, I feel more like myself with you than I do most others. And that really is new to me, even now, speaking like this. She mouthed fruitlessly for the words she wanted to continue, but was unable to find them. Belle smiled, nuzzling against her arm. Honey leaned against her in turn. It didn't matter whether she could say it or not, did it? Not with Belle. Hey! Belle leaned forward. Speaking of names, I remember back when we first met, one of the first things you asked me was how I'd like to be addressed. I thought that was really sweet. I'm really happy that you always call me Belle. I don't really like Lady Casablanca or anything like that. Belle's a really nice name. It suits you. Thank you. I've never liked my family name. It's a word for a kind of sword. It means cat gutter. It's a little grotesque. Anyway, you really don't like formalities much either, do you? Honey shook her head. I like getting to speak casually. Belle lazily plodded across the bed on all fours to lay down. Honey followed her lead and settled beside her. I like the name Honey. Honey, 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 honey. Honey fidgeted with embarrassment, and Belle beamed back at her with delight. Hey, what's something you want to know about me? How about favorite color? Belle giggled a little at her weak response, putting on a sultry voice and peering into Honey's eyes as she said, if I had to say, right now, it would be yellow. It took Honey a moment to understand. Belle squeezed her rabbit below her chin. Sorry. I'm not sure what my favorite color is. Maybe pink? Purple? Red? White? Or yellow? I like the colors of flowers. That's pretty predictable. I see. As for me, well, I'm not sure either. Aren't painters supposed to know these things? Well, I lean on pink reds a lot, but that's maybe just out of habit. I'd love to see your paintings sometime. Ask me something else. Hobbies? You mentioned collecting dolls before. Well, there is one, but I'm embarrassed. Don't be. But don't be forced either. It's embarrassing when you say you paint, but I'm sort of an artist too. Oh? Do you know what the Queen's literature is? Belle murmured, burying her face into her doll. No? Maybe it's better that you don't. It's sort of, I guess, slang. There was this one graphic novel, comic, I should say, a lesbian comic, I mean. The Queen once mentioned being quite fond of it. It was pretty obscure work and kinda old too. It wasn't really popular at the time it came out, but the Queen said it was really formative to her, and it picked up a big fan base, and then people started making more work like that, and the term just started as a joke, and then just sort of became the word for it. And, things kind of spiraled into subcultures and particular interests, and so, I kind of make those, very peculiar interest comics. I see. It really is not, art. I'm not very good at it either. I'm sure it is lovely. No. It's, not exactly tasteful. If you're talking about erotic art, I'm not, opposed or anything. I do sometimes look at that sort of thing. Belle's eyes lit up, shifting closer to Honey's face. You have to tell me more! Absolutely not. Belle bapped Honey on the cheek with her stuffed rabbit. Honey resigned to her fate. If you feel okay with it, I'd like to read your comics someday. I don't mind if they're strange. If I make them, you probably couldn't expect anything less, huh? You're supposed to deny that! Belle bapped Honey again. Sorry. It's my turn to ask you something. Let's see, maybe this is a weird question, but have you ever shared a bed with someone? Yes, Emil and I share a bed fairly often. Really? No, not like that, of course. It's more like a habit that we never grew out of. The first time I stayed at the palace, we were still kids, really. I was staying in a guest room and Emil snuck in with her pillow. She told me that she was worried that I might be a little bit lonely, so she wanted to share the room with me. I think really she was a little excited. It was the first time she ever had a guest, so she wanted to talk all night. I was pretty quiet, so I just listened to her, but it was really nice. Is that when you fell in love? No, but it was when I realized that we really were close friends and that she could let her guard down around me, I think. Before then, I never knew what to think of her. It was hard for me to feel we were even the same age, but when she was talking to me like that, I realized she was just an excited kid, so after that, it was easier to understand her. Aww! I think that's really sweet. After that, it just became kind of expected that we share a room when we were together. She still likes to talk before going to sleep, especially now. It's the only time we really get to talk a lot. Is laying here nice? It is, yes. I've never done anything like this before, to be honest. So I mean, you could guess that when I said I've never held hands. When people talk about things like that, they usually mean in a more romantic sense. When people talk about things like that, they usually mean in a more, romantic sense. I don't actually think that many people are intimate in a friendship that way. I'm the type who's always wanted to hold hands with her friends, I guess. Belle shifted a little closer, looking down at her toy rabbit. You really are dear to me. Can I ask you to spoil me some more? Honey nodded, offering Belle her hand. I just want to be held some more. Is that okay? Honey nodded, gingerly putting her arms around Belle as she nestled into her chest. Is this your first time holding someone like this? Does it scare you? No, I mean, I worry a little about wanting to be gentle, but you're incredibly gentle. Belle buried her face beneath Honey's chin, sighing. It kinda scares me that this feels so normal. It's my first time ever being this close to anybody. Belle buried her face beneath Honey's chin. It kinda scares me that this feels so normal. It's my first time ever being this close to anybody. I couldn't even tell you how much I fantasize about something like this. I'd hug my rolled up blankets or pillows or whatever else, imagining it was a person. While I was in the hospital, a nurse hugged me once while I was crying. I still think about her. Yeah. Isn't that sad? Honey shook her head. I think it's kind of natural. I guess. Does this feel nice for you? Yes. Are we gonna stay friends? Of course we are. Am I special to you? Yes. Yes, you are. Sorry, I'm being weird. When we hug like this, I get scared. Now that I know what it's like, I'm scared it's all gonna disappear. I don't want to be alone again. This feels so normal. It just reminds me that it's just human to be close to other people, but I never got to be. It's alright. I really admire you. Do you know that? You're so brave. I don't think I could ever be like that. I'm afraid of everything. Honey held her in silence, cradling Belle's head under her chin. There's something really wrong with me, I think. Sorry I'm always like this. There's nothing you need to apologize for, Honey murmured quietly. I know I shouldn't complain, but is all this really okay? What do you mean? If you let me act this clingy, it's only gonna get worse. I don't want to let go of you. You're my friend. I don't see it that way at all. Belle didn't respond, pressed tightly against Honey's chest. Honey couldn't tell she was crying. Honey held her tightly, lost for words. You're always so warm, Belle murmured, still hiding her face. I don't know. I'm always cold. I feel like I'm hollow. I shouldn't say such things, should I? It's okay. If there are things on your mind, I can listen. Honey rubbed her shoulder. It's okay. Got a little carried away. It just feels a little unfair that good things make me sad sometimes. I think it's natural. I don't like it. I'm okay. Sorry. I don't want to worry you. It's alright. I scratched behind Belle's ear. I like it most. I like it most when you pat my head. Belle looked up at Honey with a smile. You like my ears, don't you? I do. Do you like to pet dogs? A family friend has a lot of them. They all seem to like me. They sense your kind nature, like I do. Belle pressed her face against Honey's chest, inhaling. And you always smell so really good. I always miss how you smell when you're not around. I don't wear perfume or anything. It's your natural scent. I could pick honey out of 100 people with my eyes closed. I'm sure you could. Belle nuzzled up against her. My beloved honey, I really do wish I could eat you up. We couldn't talk then. That's true. It's like the classic saying goes, I want my honey and to eat her too. Does it ever feel weird eating meat for you? Belle asked, looking up at her. Where did that come from? Since, you know, cow, beef. It's not like it's cow people. I don't think I could do it if I were a cow. I mean, I don't eat meat anyway, but I think maybe I feel more strongly about my animalistic side than most people. You make me wonder a little about mine. How so? I do quite like greens. Do you ever feel the urge to gnaw on delicious-looking patches of grass? Not quite. Did you know that they make toy dog bones for people? I have one to chew on all the time. I did not know that. Ah, I wish I really could just be a cute little puppy. I want to live in your handbag. A cow wouldn't be very exciting to be, I think. Cows are really cute! You think so? You're really cute, so of course they're cute. Nuzzling against Honey's cheek. Wouldn't you like to be animals with me? I don't know. Honey murmured, her voice muffled by Bill's pressing against her face. I think you'd be my prey. Cows are strong, though. I think. They're a lot bigger than a wolf. Sorry, what? Chicken nuggies, please. Well. We're both herd animals. That's why we have to stick together. There was a picture book I had read to me like that. My father was fond of it. The metaphor is rather blunt looking back. That sounds sweet though. It was. Belle cuddled against Honey, wagging her tail. I really wish I was a dog. We can pretend though, can't we? You can just... I really wish I was a dog. We can pretend though, can't we? You can just pretend I'm a puppy, can't you? I'll do my best. Honey raised her hand, tentatively scratching under Belle's chin. Belle whined with delight, hands curled in a pause. Honey sat up, rubbing Belle's cheeks with her hands. She couldn't say it aloud, but it really wasn't hard to play along. Everything they did together was already a bit like this, one way or another. Honey cut Belle's cheek in her hand, moving her thumb towards the corner of her mouth. Belle's ears perked up. You wanted to bite it before. No, I'm shy. It's okay, really. Belle gingerly took Honey's hand in her own, pulling it to her mouth. Honey felt the pointed tips of Belle's canines press gently against her skin. Belle suddenly recoiled with a laugh. I'm a little scared to actually bite you. It's okay. Just a little nibble. Belle softly bit the tip of Honey's finger, avoiding her sharper teeth. My honey treats. Does it feel nice? Belle rolled onto her back, clutching Honey's hand like a treasured toy and rubbing it against her face. Honey leaned over her, watching her expression curl into a mischievous smile. It was pretty obvious what she wanted. Honey sighed a little, timidly placing her hand on Belle's stomach. My wonderful underbelly. Honey gently rubbed up and down, too flustered to say anything. It's funny. All your guts are in your tummy. It's the place you're most vulnerable. But animals like to show it when they're being friendly. Belle giggled, red in the face. Yeah, it always feels... It kind of feels like this ultimatum. Like either hurry up or kill me. Belle looked at Honey with an embarrassed smile. Or accept me for what I am and give me your affection. I'm always showing you my guts, aren't I? Honey murmured, watching Belle curl up around her hand as she stroked her waist. Belle giggled, drool running down her cheek. That tickles! I really am so spoiled. Pet me more! Honey pressed her hand a little deeper, rubbing back and forth. Belle had suddenly let out an embarrassed squeal, rolling off the bed and splaying onto the floor. Are you alright? Looking over the side of the bed. One moment! Belle scurried to her feet, darting into the bedroom's suite. Honey sat up, unsure if she should follow. I had to tinkle, Belle called out in a weak voice. Honey had stilled, both relieved and exasperated. You said that word again, and you left the door open. I made it. Don't worry. Well, that's good. I can hear as much anyway. Honey flopped back onto the mattress, rubbing her face with a slow tail, her cheeks burning against her palm. She lifted her hand against her face and realized it was trembling. Being a human really is complicated. Could you come here for a moment? Belle's anxious voice echoed out from the doorway. Honey slid off the bed, following her inside. Is something the matter? Belle was leaning over the sink, faucet running. I just want you to watch me wash my hands. God, that sounded weird. Not at all. If you can tell my hands are clean, I don't have to worry about it. But I need you to see me doing it. Of course. Honey nodded, stepping over to Belle's side. Sorry. Don't be. It's alright. Belle laughed. We've long since passed the point of being surprised remaining at what a strange person I am, haven't we? If it helps you feel comfortable, then I don't mind any kind of requests. You really are a sweetheart. How's this? Belle presented her hands to Honey. Perfectly clean. Honey took the hand towel from the counter, wrapping it around Belle's hands. The honey stamp of approval! Belle rubbed her hands together. Now carry me back to bed! She grinned, bouncing on her toes. Yes, yes. Honey crouched down to lift her up. Yeah, you're holding me like a kid. I was expecting to feel like a princess. I didn't mean it for it to be one way or the other. I always wanted to ask you to pick me up. Belle giggled as she set her down, nestling beside her as Honey sat up against the headboard. Are you feeling alright? I don't really understand how I think sometimes. Belle stretched her hands out towards the roof. I'm not someone who really worries about germs a whole lot. I mean, I do a little, but when I wash my hands, it's like it sets off something in my brain that washing them means they're dirty. And when I wash them for a totally normal reason, suddenly it's about trying to wash something off. Belle let out a sigh, pouting and resting her face against Honey's chest. Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. I guess that's why it's so frustrating though. It's alright. Honey wrapped an arm around her. You have to pat me some more. Belle made a paw with her hand in front of Honey's face. I'm a sad little puppy. Honey lifted Belle into her lap, rubbing her back. Of course. You like doting on me, don't you? Honey rested her head against Belle's, squeezing her hand. I like seeing you happy, so I can't deny it. You're sweet as honey. Belle cooed, rubbing her face against her cheek. Honey sighed, stroking her head. We really are friends. Of course we are. It just makes me happy to see you say it out loud. Honey gave her a small squeeze in response. Are we gonna do this kind of thing again sometime? Belle asked. I'm not going anywhere, don't worry. I need a lot of reassurance. I'm sorry. It's okay. You can always ask. Belle smiled, cuddling up to her. Honey sat in silence with her, Belle's body wrapped in her arms. Belle lay as if asleep, Honey feeling the soft rise and fall of her body against hers. She was probably tired out by now, given everything tonight. She raised her hand, gently stroking the back of Belle's head. It was scary hearing her breathe, feeling Belle so close to her. But in response to that fear, Honey wanted to reach out to Belle for reassurance. Belle gave a wordless murmur back, her tail slowly wagging in appreciation. Everything was okay. Belle was safe in her arms. She trusted Honey's touch, and touched her kindly in return. It all felt surreal to Honey, embracing someone in a Manor's guest bedroom like this. Being this close to someone, it felt like something beyond her, or never meant for someone like her. It shocked her that she could act like this, touching Belle's face, rubbing her back, lifting her into her lap. But Belle made it easy. Her affection was so full and uncomplicated. She loved everything Honey did, and understood everything she tried to say. Belle's touch was filled with warmth. The first time Honey was ordered to kill somebody, she remembered standing at their body, so far away that it felt like trying to discern a shape from a shadow. She stared at it for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had happened. It didn't feel sad. She didn't understand it. Her life was inhuman, and she became inhuman. Everything was so far away, but Belle was right here, holding on to her. You missed the diapers part. The highway at night is so peaceful. Honey and Belle sat side by side in Honey's coupe. Belle resting her head against the window and watching the night scenery drift by as Honey drove. Sorry it's such a long trip. Belle clutched her rabbit to her chin. She had taken the train to the nearby town and then joined with the complimentary carriage rides up to the manor house. Honey refused to leave her to travel home alone at night and insisted on driving her home. It's fine, I like driving, really. Still, her appreciation fading. Her apprehension fading. I appreciate you always doing this for me, thank you. It's no trouble. Belle smiled, watching the streetlights. A family like hers, they'd have a whole fleet of cars and drivers. If you like, I'm happy to drive you places. If you want to go shopping or whatever else. Or just visit somewhere. You don't have to. I mean, I like to do those things with you, too. We could go clothes shopping. I don't exactly get much of an allowance. Belle laughed awkwardly. Oh, well, I'd be happy to pay for it. Is that really okay? Of course, it's no problem. I've been meaning to go shopping myself for a while, if you wanted to. Well, I'll come with you if you let me pick out an outfit for you. Well, that's worrisome, but alright. Yay! Belle laughed, kicking her feet. Honey let out a small scoff, holding a hand to her mouth. I've always wanted to go on a picnic. Do you want to? Belle leant forward. Of course, that sounds nice. Where would you like to go? I don't really know anymore. Honey pondered for a moment, thinking about the things that Belle liked. There's a rather nice park in East Tower. There's lots of flowers and a lake. We could go shopping, then have a picnic lunch out there. If you like, we could visit the local baths after that. I go with a meal sometimes. I think you'd really like it there. That sounds really wonderful. You sound excited. Do I? Of course you do. I am too. Do you want me to bring anything? I'll bring my own lunch. Do you have a blanket? I think so. You prefer tea, yes? I'm guessing. Well, lots of sugar. Bingo! Milk? I'll bring that. And sandwiches and coffee for myself. I'm really looking forward to it. Belle yawned, curling up in her seat comfortably. Me too. Glancing over at her, Honey felt a warmth bloom in her chest. Tonight was a lot of firsts for her. It stung just a little. That felt like these things were coming so late, but it was the same for Belle too. There was no shame in any of Honey's inexperience with her, and the feeling that she could be the first person to connect with Belle in that way too was... There was a part of her that felt a little unworthy of that position, but none of these feelings could win against Belle's kind words. Honey pulled into the street beside Casablanca Mansion's gate, looking over to Belle fast asleep beside her. It felt a little rude to wake her up, but she gently pushed on Belle's shoulder. Belle looked up at Honey in a daze. Oh, sorry, I fell asleep. Don't worry about it. It had only been a short while, but it was like she had been asleep for hours. She unbuckled the seatbelt, getting onto her knees, and flopped across the center console to hug Honey. So sleepy. Do I need to carry you inside? I just need to cuddle you every second or I will literally die. I'll waste away. Honey stroked the side of her head exasperately. I'll miss you. It's okay. We'll see each other again soon. I know. Just let me be a baby for a bit. Take your time. I need enough honey energy to last me until I can see you again. Again with that. My honey nutrients! My honey vitamins! Wah! Belle held Honey in silence, as if she'd fallen asleep again, before eventually sluggishly dragging herself upright. You're okay getting inside? Honey asked, following Belle out of the car, somewhat concerned she might trip over. Belle stretched and yawned again. I'll be fine. I'm sleepy. She turned to Honey, smiling despite her exhaustion. I had a really lovely time tonight. Me too. It was really nice. I'm really glad. It goes without saying that, well, tonight meant a lot to me. Me too. Belle sighed. Alright, I need to go inside eventually. It's freezing out here. Honey nodded, a little reluctant to let her go. It's okay if I call you tomorrow? Belle asked, opening the wrought iron gate. Of course. We need to work out our plans in any case. Take care. I'll do my best. Good night, honey. Belle smiled. Good night, Belle. Good night! Belle sang, turning back and waving with both hands as she walked away. Honey leaned against her car, watching Belle walk up the path to the manor's door. It was beautiful, like any other home for nobility, but looking at the building gave her a sense of unease. She didn't really know anything concrete about Belle's family, and she hoped her gut feeling about them was wrong. It was difficult to shake the feeling that she'd done something wrong by returning her here. Lilac Fleet Special Division Dragoon Command. And for what purpose is your excursion? A tired gate guard looked up at Xiao. Pharmacy. I'm going to the pharmacy. It was 2 in the morning. The base foyer was abandoned. The base foyer was abandoned. Bar Zhao and the guard sitting behind the desk in front of her. Let's see. The guard clacked away at the keyboard. You were scheduled for a flight tomorrow. Yes, a training flight. The guard glanced over her. The fur on Xiao's tail bristled. If there was a time to run, wasn't it now? You're still off duty until 6, so you're free to go. Just be back before 5. Yeah, yes sir, thank you. The guard sighed. You outrank me, you know. Sorry! Zhao hung her head as she passed through the gate. She had snuck out with Ayane earlier on her usual route, but leaving on her own, she felt the need to do things properly. Someone who can't break the rules on her own, but is happy to be an accomplice to others. And even when she does things in the right way, she feels like she's doing something wrong. What a positive reflection of my personality that is. It was strange seeing the ship at night, or having a concrete concept of night to begin with. Schedules were loose back home, and hull repair was a job performed at all hours. You turned your lights off when it was time to sleep, but the nature of the traversal in zero gravity meant lights in hallways were always left on. She could see how it was different here, though through the train window, she'd seen expanses built like terrestrial suburbs, and where Ayane and her ate lunch, she could see the windows of apartment buildings. There was a kind of inside and outside, even if it was all just large rooms of a ship. And what she had seen so far was still only the smaller sections. Everything here was like that, all a closer semblance of planetary life. Zhao shrank as a pair of soldiers on patrol approached her. She always feared that accusing glance, that suspicion, that tap on her shoulder from behind. One of the soldiers raised her arm in a casual kind of half wave, half salute. Zhao froze for a second, unable to parse why they would greet her like that. Was it meant to mock her? Of course she realized it was because of her uniform. In the split second it took her to understand, she missed the window to offer any greeting back. She was a stranger, but they were in the same club, inside and outside. Was this life on the inside? Zhao wandered through the aisles of the cramped pharmacy, looking up at the shelves that reached all the way to the roof. These kinds of stores were much more different than back home. All these tiny boxes and pill bottles were too small and numerous to easily secure on the shelves for customers, so there was no self-service. Instead, there was a series of screens and posters as catalogs for products with reels of tickets beneath. You pulled off the tickets of the things you wanted to buy, then took them to the counter and waited for them to be collected from storage. There were all kinds of things she needed here. She kept her pill case inside her spacesuit out of various paranoid impulses, but it was time to get them refilled already. She was embarrassed about all her little quirks that came about as a product of the irrational fears like that, but it did manage to come in handy pretty often. Half of the products on the shelves were totally foreign to her, even beyond the things that were impractical without gravity. The gap in choice was obvious. And it was all cheaper too. Of course it was. She needed a medicated shampoo for her itchy scalp, mouthwash and formulated toothpaste for her easily infected gums, over-the-counter sleep aids, vitamins for her varying deficiencies. Not that she had any real up-to-date information on those. Injuries to her stomach meant filling with various medications supposed to relieve comfort, though none of them ever really worked. Painkillers, antihistamines, nasal spray, ointments, dental floss, and interdental brushes, face wash, exfoliator, moisturizer, ugh. And her prescriptions too. It was a lot of things really. For this place to really be a permanent home for her, she needed to start taking better care of herself. A part of her really did want to run away. She was too scared to sleep. She didn't want to be out like this either, but once there was an idea that wormed its way into her brain like this, she couldn't get rid of it until she fulfilled it. She couldn't sleep because it's not my bed. I can't sleep because it's not my bed. And it's not my bed because it's not my room. If I get these things as an acknowledgement, I've made it my home. That I'm not just passing through. She filled her basket, finding herself hemming and hawing over the different prices of things and remembering each time those things no longer mattered at all. She eyed the aisle filled with makeup, slowly passing through and examining each section, and still hadn't learned how to really wear any of it. Anything with powder was out of the question before anyway. She remembered telling her she looked pretty without makeup. It made her want to start wearing it. Still, it was an embarrassing leap to take. She prickled with shame. looking side to side to make sure there was nobody watching her. Wandering around the store gawking at everything would clearly paint her as an outsider. You could always tell when someone wasn't familiar with zero gravity. Their every little movement gave it away. Of course, it had to work the other way around too. She could act more reserved and tried her best around others, not to stare at things, not to act so surprised all the time. She knew that there was something that was giving her away, something imperceivable to her that she wouldn't know until someone else pointed it out. Like a mark everyone else could see but her. A spur of the moment as this shopping trip was, she could probably only really feel comfortable doing it this late with no one else around anyway. Zhao rubbed her eyes. I do overthink things. Can't I just hurry up and be happy here already? Zhao timidly approached the counter, unloading her basket. She still hadn't gotten used to how shops worked here. Good evening. Zhao gave her best greeting attempt, wishing she could just hide her face. The young cashier gave the slurred greeting back that Zhao couldn't quite make out. It looked like he was about to fall asleep. Could I get my prescriptions filled? Yeah. Sure. Do you have your card? The cashier sighed. Zhao nodded, plucking it from her wallet and passing it to him. The cashier inserted it into the computer, scanning over the list appearing on the screen. His eyes stopped on one item. As he glanced towards Zhao, she slid her arms back off the counter by reflex. What was it that he was looking at? She couldn't make out his expression at all. What had caught his eye? What was it? Why did he pause like that? Zhao's skin crawled, her hands shaking out of the cashier's sight. It was a mistake thinking this time of day would be easier. If there was a queue behind her, there wouldn't be time for this awkward pause. It was only a small moment, but she couldn't forgive it. The conversation that followed was the usual forced dialogue. Zhao numbly nodded along. Have you taken this before? Have you read the warning labels about misuse? She hurried out of the store, shoving her bags into her backpack. Zhao lit a cigarette as she left, drawing in a deep breath. The slight shake in her hand made her want to smash her lighter against the concrete. She didn't feel any better. That was stupid. Fuck-faced prick made her feel even worse. She watched the smoke rise into the still cold air, wondering how to fill the time. She wasn't in the mood to just go straight to bed like she'd hoped. But what was there to do? She didn't want to eat, and she had enough of drinking. What was even open at this hour? Slinging her backpack over her shoulder, she began slowly wandering through the strange, elevated street. There was no one out, but not even those patrolling soldiers from before. She bit down on her cigarette in frustration. There was nowhere to go. She didn't even have a television in her room yet either. She didn't want to be on the base around those nauseating soldiers, and didn't want to be out here in this cold, unconvincing suburb either. Today, she was gonna enter the cockpit of a Dragoon for the first time. Where was it that she wanted to be right now? If she ran, where would she even go to? What am I even doing here? I came here because I was alone. I still am. There's no one waiting for me when I get back. There's no one. Even Fuffy is avoiding me. I don't have any friends. I can't call Ayane one. I'm not that naive. Zhao shook her head. No, it's not like that. I was having fun, and she's been kind to me. Just can't get comfortable. And that's not because of her. When she gave me that drink, I got scared for a second. Scared I was about to get drugged. And that something horrible was about to happen. Even just being given alcohol at all scared me a little. I know she isn't even remotely like that, but it was like a reflex I couldn't control. If I was just anxious, I could manage it. But it really feels like people are trying to kill me, hurt me, or do terrible things to me. Even when you're a nice person like her, I still think that way. No matter how much I know it isn't true. I don't know how to stop. I need something to hang on to. I want even just a little bit of power over what happens to me. When I saw that machine, I felt comforted. after the perfect specimen? Aren't I the perfect specimen to put in one of these cockpits? Zhao reached her hand out, imagining how the grip of her Dragoon's control stick might feel. She'd read some of the provided literature. The control surfaces weren't connected to anything directly. It was a contextual input based on the thought provided by the neural link. It controlled whether you needed it. It controlled whatever you needed it to, when you needed it. She let her hand go. The thing she was reaching for was beyond imagination. It wasn't as simple as getting into a machine and pressing a few buttons. It wasn't like controlling a ship in one of those arcade games. This machine was going to invade her mind in a process to kill almost anyone who attempted it. How was she meant to believe it wasn't going to kill her too? How was she meant to feel okay with the ability to survive that kind of violation? Her body and mind molded into components of a war machine. A government-owned device that invisibly forced its way into her, reading and manipulating her thoughts. It was too sick, even for her delusions. If it really does kill me, would that be better? I just want to get in. I just want to be the one in control. I want to run away. I don't know what it'll do to me. I don't want it to hurt anyone. I want to rip apart anyone that tries to touch me. I don't want anything inside me. I want my thoughts to remain my own. I just want to be safe. But where can I be? None of this feels real. How could any of this be real? I feel like I just want to wake up. Like I could just open my eyes and I'd be living a normal human life. I don't know when it started. Maybe it's like this no matter what. Maybe it's been like this my entire life. But I've never been able to accept the way things are. Living and dying and spending every day of it like this? It's all too pathetic. It just feels like a bad dream. It always feels like I'm dreaming. This can't be reality. My life can't really be this bad, can it? It all just keeps getting worse. If I die before I start any of this, will I be sparing myself from something? I want to run away, but where can I run to? I don't want to go back to that place, to those people. Ayane said there's herself. They're all evil. They're really gonna hurt me, aren't they? I know what soldiers are really like. Haven't I seen more than enough of that? All those sick-minded Hello? Jesus! Fuck! Sorry for swearing. Yes, this is what you've heard of, a visual novel. And Lily, my favorite ball is a tennis ball. Rah! Sorry for swearing. Did I startle you? Yes, sorry. Sal drew a deep breath. What was she doing here? Are you lost? Senna tilted her head. No, I just, Zhao gestured at her backpack. Doing some shopping. At 3 in the morning. Senna gave no real response, which seemed to be equivalent to a nod. I was just about to head back, just let me put this out. Zhao glanced back over at Sima, flinching when she saw Sima had already moved to Zhao's other side. Were her footsteps really that quiet? Are you coming? Sima asked, looking back at her. Huh? Oh yeah, sorry. I should have realized we're heading in the same direction. Zhao sighed to herself. It's a little spooky at night here, huh? Zhao looked over at Sima, feeling a twinge of shame. Why would she want to talk about something stupid like that? She took a moment to try and calm herself before breathing. The feeling from before still lingered, but she didn't have to ask me to walk with her. What was Sima doing out here at this hour to begin with? Zhao didn't even know where to start guessing. It didn't seem like the regular rules applied to her. I'm not sure why I'm so interested in her. Ayane seems scared of her. I can't say I'm not either. But it's a different kind of fear. There's something so strange about her. But it's a little comforting too. I'm strange too, aren't I? Well, I'm not quite that, but she looks at everyone in a distant sort of way. But it doesn't quite feel like she's judging people. She doesn't seem to talk to people at all, really. So why the dyed hair, the colorful glasses, the peculiar uniform? I want to know more about her. She let me help her, even though she seemed like the type to refuse that from anybody. And she thanked me too. So, I want to know why we're walking together, even though she won't talk to me. Sorry if I'm wrong, but we're from the same kind of place, aren't we? Zal asked, looking up at the metal columns rising to the ceiling. Someone kept looking ahead, pausing for a moment before speaking. What makes you say that? You don't need a wire gun you didn't need a wire gun in the hangar either. I never realized. Realized what? That I didn't need one. Oh, so, how long have you been here? Do you always ask so many questions? Sorry! Zal hung her head with embarrassment. What was she meant to say to her? I'm sorry, but can I ask another question? It's kind of a serious one. If you must. Do you know if there's a way for like... I've gotten my testing score, but is there any way that... Can a Dragoon reject someone even if their tests say otherwise? Cause I have my test flight soon and I don't know. It doesn't really feel right. Are you a normal person? That's kinda... That wasn't a question about self-image. Are you a normal human being? I think so? If you have a good score and you're human like anyone else, there's never been a case of rejection. Test pilots stopped dying a long time ago. I see. That's good to know. What would be an abnormal human? Sorry, I shouldn't be asking you any of this. I'll do my best on the flight. It's expected to be scared. Sima gazed off into the distance. Yeah. Was that reassurance or disappointment? Zal fished through her pocket for her ID card, standing outside the gate. The guard behind the counter gave the pair a glance before returning to what Zal assumed was a playing card. The guard behind the counter gave the pair a glance before returning to what Zal assumed was playing card games on his computer. It's weird how this place looks almost the same at night. Sima didn't reply, looking up at the windows above them. She wasn't holding a card or even looking at it. Are you not coming in? Zal asked, wiping her card. No, I don't live here. Sima murmured, turning away from her. Huh? Zal exclaimed, already halfway through the gate. As Zal debated whether to thank her, say goodnight, or something else, Sima had already started walking away. Zal stood stunned at the other side of the gate, watching her leave. Did she just walk me home? The Duchy of Lucia. Oh my god, this chapter has been so long! I'm almost at 4 hours on this one chapter, holy fuck! I think it's almost done though. I think it's almost done. My throat hurts. Water! But if you couldn't tell already, we're like super mega stubborn. Okay, maybe not super mega stubborn, but we're fairly stubborn. And when I finish it, I am gonna end stream. Honey flopped face down into her bed with a small whine of relief. She liked driving with Belle, but the long trip home was exhausting. She still lay for a while in an attempt to collect herself, then rolled over, clutching her pillow and looking up at the ceiling. All she could think about was Belle, the things that had echoed through her head. The feeling of her body so close to hers lingered on our fingertips. Ral. Thank you for nuggies. Ral, I got food. Yeah, I guess we are super mega stubborn. Okay, one more chicken nugget. Oh. Honey flopped face down into her bed with a small whine of relief. She liked driving with Belle, but the long trip home alone was exhausting. She lay still for a while in an attempt to collect herself, then rolled over, clutching her pillow and looking up at the ceiling. All she could think about was Belle, the things that had echoed through her head, the feeling of her body so close to hers lingered on her fingertips. Her chest ached, having experienced so many complex emotions, and now that she was alone, they came spilling out. She missed her already. How long had she been starved for the touch of another person? Queen Charlotte hugged her all the time, but it never felt like anything close to that. The way Belle had hugged her before didn't feel anything like it did in the bathroom. But it was like Belle said, it was scarily natural. She could rarely speak without feeling like she was choking. And yet she could touch Belle so playfully, even letting her bite her hand, and the feeling of Belle's body in her arms was so calm and simple. It was impossible to fully respond in turn, but just about everything Belle said about touch, about loneliness, Honey felt the exact same about. I don't want to be alone again. Thinking about those words, she clutched her pillow tighter. She couldn't feel it herself, but Belle deserved to experience that a lot earlier. The words Belle shared about her childhood pressed against her heart like thorns. Honey mourned her family, but did Belle even have one to begin with? The mother that gifted her that rabbit, Belle never got to meet her. Her father and the rest of them, what did they do for her? How did they treat her? If those people cared for her, she never would have said such things. Even if she was ill, she should have had company. The image of Belle alone in that hospital bed, it felt all too cruel. Wanting to give up, and with no hope for the future, shouldn't there have been someone there to tell her otherwise? How could someone let a child feel that way? Honey buried her face in a pillow, digging her fingers in and tugging at the fabric. Eventually, she gave up with a sigh, running her hands through her hair. But I felt those kinds of things too, didn't I? How many times did I cry in this same bed? She bit her lip in anger. It wasn't right that Belle had to suffer like that. But, what could I do about it? Honey rolled over, staring up at the ceiling. She thought about her plans, about how they'd get to spend more time like that together in the future. She hoped those things would help her feel at ease. More than anything, she just wanted to show Belle that she wasn't alone. I can manage that much, but I want to be able to do more for her. When did I get so protective of her? I guess it's always been my nature, though. Thinking about how Belle collapsed during their walk, the uncertainty of her health nagged at her. Honey never knew how to ask about it, and Belle didn't seem very interested in discussing it either. As far as she understood, Duchy medical science and the magic arts had rid the nations of all terminal illnesses, but there were still any number of severe chronic conditions that remain incurable. She didn't want to talk about it with anyone, not even Belle, but due to her own circumstances, Honey herself was put on medication and other treatments that would continue for the rest of her life. It was a miracle she grew into a healthy adult. She raised her hand above her face, gazing up at it. It really was a miracle, because she was blessed. Even if only a little. Her body will always heal faster than sickness would take her. There was every chance they suffered from the same condition. Lilac syndrome was a primary cause of death during childbirth and was frequently transmitted from parent to child. But telling Belle that she grew up into a healthy, robust adult when Belle didn't? How could she ever do such a thing to her? Stepping out of the shower, Honey stared at her reflection in the mirror as she toweled herself dry. Her pale yellow eyes staring back at her, she wondered how Belle saw her. Was it really okay that Honey couldn't smile? Not even at Belle? She sighed, rubbing lotion at her face and pushing her hair out of the way. It felt a little warm to remember Belle calling it pretty. Honey had never talked about her mother like that before. She sighed, pressing her hands against her cheeks to distract herself. Thinking about her alone wasn't gonna end well. Despite her exhaustion, Honey found herself lying awake in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to the wind outside. Her house was always dead quiet. She wanted to think that she didn't mind living alone, but after everything tonight, coming home to an empty house felt all too lonely. She felt a little funny. All of a sudden tonight, she realized how much she cared about Belle. Though, when Honey thought about it, this whole time she'd been attending parties she hated to be with her. Their first meeting was strange. It was hard to understand her or why she was so interested in talking to her. Honey remembered feeling like she was waiting to be made fun of or that Belle was playing some kind of trick on her, but right from the start, everything that Belle said to her was meant with sincere kindness. She wondered what Belle's days were like. Belle had asked her that question, and Honey only realized just now that the answer she really meant. Belle had wanted to know what Honey's daily life, or rather, what her private life looked like. Did Honey even have something she could call a private life? She described a routine: eating, cleaning, training, but not once did she mention speaking to anyone. If she had to describe Emil's private life, she would speak of her relationships with her mother, her siblings, the members of the families close to hers, chatting over tea with noblewomen like Prancer and Ribbon, her time spent watching duels and operas, how she had brought home a gift for her younger sister, leisurely days spent with friends and family. Things like what she had had for breakfast or how she cleaned her house would not be remarkable enough to mention. And to Belle, none of what Honey described to her appeared sad. She hadn't noticed at all how pitiful Honey's life sounded, most likely because it was an experience very close to her own. Honey grimaced, rubbing her face with her hand. Was it right to want to lift her out from that loneliness? It all felt too egotistical to say that she could be the one to help her. She wanted to be there for her, to be someone she could rely on. She had wanted it for a long time. Again and again in her life, she was saved by other people's kindness. She wanted so deeply, even if it was just that once, to be that person for someone else. The things Emil wanted were simple. Honey knew she didn't need a guard, but she knew that Emil wanted someone at her side. Someone who she could ask for counsel, vent her frustrations to. Someone she could trust to see her true self. Filling that role brought Honey fulfillment and a place where she felt she belonged. But as she grew closer to Belle, Honey realized that there was something missing in her. Belle wasn't interested in that kind of stoic relationship. Emil was strong, stronger than anyone. But she still had a heart. If Emil needed someone to be there for her, could Honey do that? What could she do for her when she could barely speak to even her? I want to become a gentler person. She was shocked at how easily affection came to her when she was with Belle, but it didn't feel like enough. If Belle needed advice, guidance, something that couldn't be expressed as simply as a hug, what could Honey do? She felt painfully lacking, but at the same time, she did feel like she was growing. Every time she and Belle met, it grew easier to talk to her. Surely she could communicate more with Emil too if she put in that effort. For the first time in a long time, Honey felt some sense of interest in the future. She wanted to grow more, become a more dependable person. For Belle, and for Emil too. It felt like she had been allowed to live, to change, to one day feel human again. If she told Belle that, she can imagine her reaction. Belle would laugh at her a little, tease her for her sentimentality, and wrap herself around her arm in praise. That was something Belle had always wanted her to understand, wasn't it? Honey sighed and covered her face with her pillow, embarrassment at her own thoughts. She always says I'm spoiling her, but it feels like the other way around. She's always so sweet to me. She doesn't see me as a cold person at all. She dotes on me a lot, really. I really do like her, don't I? Burning with a sudden frustration, Honey got out of bed, turned on her lamp and went to her closet. Digging through a basket of old clothing, she thanked her past self for never throwing anything away. She timidly lifted her prize out of a pile of cloth, drawing it close to her chest. It was an old teddy bear that she had been gifted as a child. She feels warm, even knowing it's just in my head. She feels warm, even knowing it's just in my head. Belle's words came to mind. It really did feel warm. She hadn't thought about it in years, so why now? Honey sighed to herself. Maybe I'm just lonely, or maybe I want to be a little more like her. She crawled back into bed, clutching it beneath her chin. It was embarrassing, but she really needed to hold something right now. She'd definitely tease me if she saw me like this. End of chapter 2. Hello, hello, my little spacefarers. Let me do the green for once. It's your fault I'm a quick shooter. Yeah, you can say that again. So how did you lovelies enjoy chapter 2? Aren't Zhao and Belle kind of similar people? It's so sad they're on opposing sides. Rivals in a crowded archetype. I want to watch them bash each other's brains out with a big rock to determine which one is the strongest. Don't you kinda just want to see the both of them get choked a little? I thought it was really sweet what Belle said about stuffed toys. I sleep with a bunch of them. And you never wash them. She does weird things with them too. Everything I do with them is completely normal. Of course. Honey is kind of an oddball, but doesn't she just have that aura about her? Like, if I was her girl, I would listen to all her troubles and let me weep into her ample bosom. And she would hit someone with her car just for me. So unlike Philly, who is flat, soulless, and can't afford a car. I really want to pet Basil's head. She's such a sweet girl. I don't know. Childish women are kind of annoying. I'm not childish! Anyway, I'm not sure why we have to present these, but it's time for some author's notes. Hello again, and thanks for reading chapter 2. I had a lot of fun writing this. Is what I like to say, but it was quite a difficult chapter to write, serving an introduction to the Duchy, Honey and Belle, and their dynamic, while also being a rewritten script from like 2 years ago. It was quite a challenge for a number of reasons. In the end though, I'm quite proud of it. There was a lot that changed while rewriting in this chapter, in particular with the addition of character sprites. In the original, Honey often gave small smiles or laughs, but drawing it just didn't feel right at all. She struggles with emoting, and smiling is the hardest thing to do. Her character was easier to envision with accompanying sprites, so I wrote her with a much clearer focus on what's difficult for her. As for Belle, she was similar but in the opposite direction. She was more reserved in the original, but drawing her, I wanted to give her more unique traits and more distinctive expressions, so she ended up emoting much more strongly. It was fun to draw her drooling, so I wrote her a bit more of a deranged character because I wanted to keep showing those sprites. That's the process, I guess. I didn't fully realize until I was finished, but there ended up being a lot of perverted jokes in this chapter, huh? I guess I like writing perverts. I loved all the piss references. I like writing girls as weird as the people you find in reality. Bill likes to draw art of anime girls being transformed into purin pudding. That's the point of what's the point of a setting that has internet without letting it brain damage your cast a little? On the more serious side of things, in particular for Zao, the issues she has mentally and physically are based on my own experiences, and things Honey notes about speech therapy and Belle being unable to pronounce TH and F sounds properly was something I was told myself by a speech therapist. It feels a little embarrassing writing very personal things into my characters, but it's important to me. I think the scene with Zao in the arcade bathroom sums up my thesis with the story a little. I want to explore a fictional space-born society, and I want to write about how physical and mental health interface with that. For the Duchy, it felt natural to explore characters who have difficulty with social situations when it's a world that strongly judges people for their ability to navigate them. I want to write characters that feel human, and humans are weird little perverts with all sorts of brain and body issues. Huge thank you to all the friends that contributed designs for the arcade machines. I'm incredibly proud for how the arcade scene turned out visually. I feel like I've grown a lot as a 3D artist doing the backgrounds for this chapter. I want to challenge myself more in the future. This was a bit wordy, but this chapter is a pretty raw slice of my heart, so it means a lot if you read it all and got here. Thank you, and I look forward to showing you more soon. Next time on Coquette Dragoon. Zao enters the cockpit, touches a rabbit, and rides a motor scooter too. Chapter 3, Eating Flowers. Thank you for reading. To be continued. See you in space, Dragoon.